sort out a few doors down.
Here's Dane Patterson. Really did ensure that Notts finished the day on a bit of a high. Bowles hit away into the offside nicely by Briggs. Gets him off the mark, and it will probably be pulled back by Liam Patterson-White. And so it's going to be the second three of the over, and it is indeed. And that's good running. Warwickshire on their way this morning.
That's not us.
Is that not us?
I don't think so, is it?
No, that's not us. 2:57 for 6. Here's Patterson. Now bowling to Matt Lamb, who's on 47. Gets the bat down just in time there. Survived one huge and confident LBW shout from Stephen Mullaney in the last hour of yesterday's play. A little bit of a game within a game, Matt Lamb, with the Notts bowlers yesterday, particularly Luke Fletcher, as he opted to bat out of his crease. It brought Tom Moores up to the stumps at times. Next ball has gone through to the keeper. 2:57 for 6. Warwickshire then beginning the day 2:50 for 6. Rob is of the opinion they will head for the 300.
Well, only when I spoke to Will Rhodes yesterday evening after his 91, that's what he said they were intending to do today, if Lamb and Briggs particularly can stay together.
Next ball pushed out defensively by Matt Lamb, ending the second over of the morning. 6 runs from it. Those couple of threes, one to each batsman, have taken Matt Lamb on to 47. Danny Briggs on to 3. Good to have you along, hopefully with us. Dave Bracegirdle and Rob Gurney in the commentary box for day 2 here. Our umpires, Russell Warren and Graham Lloyd. Mel Smith will be doing the book for Warwickshire here, and Roger the Duke Marshall will have his quill and ink out and be doing the Nottinghamshire book back in Nottingham. 2:57 for 6 is the score, and Luke Fletcher in bright sunshine to bowl the third over of the morning.
Comes in towards us and bowls to Danny Briggs, who solidly behind that into the covers where Patterson-White does the fielding, and there's no run. Discussing this a little bit yesterday, Danny Briggs's capabilities as a batsman. 66 not out, 37, 36 and a 16 not out at Trent Bridge, 24, 4, 7, 11 and 5 his other innings so far this season, having gone in as a night watchman, as that's left alone by Briggs through to the wicketkeeper. Went in as a night watchman at Chelmsford just to face 1 over at the end of day 3 last week. So he went on to reach 37, albeit that the weather had the final say down in Essex last weekend. As Fletcher is there again and bowls to Briggs, and a straightforward leave outside the off stump. Sun doing its best to burn off that light cloud. Shadows in evidence now. Another lovely day for cricket. Hopefully an intriguing 3 sessions of play ahead of us today. Fletcher at the Birmingham end, formerly the City end, comes in and bowls to Danny Briggs, and Briggs pushes that up to Patterson at mid-on. 257 for 6, Briggs on 3, and Lamb 3 short of what would be his third half century of this season. 54 and exactly 50 at Trent Bridge in one of his innings there. April. And Fletcher is there again and bowls to Briggs. Again, a good solid push up to mid-on Patterson, and there's no run.
Second over in a row where after 4 deliveries Fletcher has very deliberately stopped himself at the end of his mark and then moved Lyndon James from square leg 3/4 of the way out. It's all been done right in the full glare of the batsman, very deliberately letting the batsman know what he's doing, and hoping to just put a little bit of doubt in Danny Briggs' mind as to what sort of delivery he can expect.
He comes again, Fletcher, and bowls, and that was a nibble at that outside the off stump from Briggs to end Liam and Luke Fletcher over, but crucially didn't get a nick to it. 257 for 6 Warwickshire at the end of the third over of the morning on day 2.
Pleased to say they're underway up and down the country. All 7 of the scheduled county championship matches have started punctually this morning. Some really interesting scores yesterday, and one or two sides sort of playing catch up a little bit today. We'll from time to time bring you up to speed with what's happening as the groups get or we come towards the end of this first stage. The position in the groups become clearer and clearer. Here's Patterson, 3 slips. Brett Hutton's on the field still for Ben Duckett. He's at second slip, and another single taken here by Matt Lamb, just dropping it on the leg side to move on to 48. So this is the 90. This is the 100th over. So 42 runs still required by Warwickshire to get that third batting point. Anthony says, glad to have you both back with us on the live feed. The audio isn't synced with the video right now. Oh, crikey.
Well,
here's Dane Patterson bowling down the leg side, well taken by Tom Moores. A little bit of noise from the slip cordon. They presumably heard something, but clearly the bowler and the umpire not interested. 258 for 6.
We'll get there eventually with the pictures and the sound marrying up, hopefully.
Fletcher at mid-on, Stephen Mullaney at mid-off. Walk in with the bowler as Patterson swings this one away from Tom Moores. Not yet had a fifer for Nottinghamshire. Dane Patterson, a really decent opportunity here, you'd imagine. 3 of the first 6 wickets to fall, and an opportunity here with a ball that's still relatively new and hard. Going into this game, 19 wickets at 21 apiece for Dane Patterson. Best of 4 for 49. Sets off again. Bowl's nice and full, clipped away. Good runs here for Briggs. Sweet enough bit of timing that we get a boundary. First one of the morning brings a warm ripple of applause. Nice looking shot just behind square on the leg side, and Danny Briggs on to 7, 262 for 6.
Yeah, Patterson slightly straying onto Briggs's pads and clipped away very nicely in front of the Holly stand and over the rope. Patterson
in again to Briggs. He's edged that. Tom Moores has taken an absolute worldie there. Terrific catch from the wicket-keeper. Flung himself away to his right. It was low down. There's similarities with the one he spilled yesterday, and we had all the sympathy in the world because of the high degree of difficulty yesterday. But that is a brilliant, brilliant take, and Danny Briggs has to go. Can feel himself a little bit unlucky there because it was edged down, and really he had no right to turn round and expect the wicketkeeper to have taken that. Stunning bit of work from Tom Moores, and Warwickshire lose their 7th wicket. 262 for 7, and it's a 4 for now for Dane Patterson. 4 for 68 as Danny Briggs leaves the field.
Yeah, that was an absolutely stunning catch. Dave's absolutely right. I mean, absolutely full length from Tom Moores, stretching every sinew down to his right, just getting his glove underneath the ball. As we say, drop Will Rhodes in a similar situation early on yesterday, but that was every bit as difficult. But this time he held on, and stunning catch for Nottinghamshire. And Craig Miles is the new batsman to join Matt Lamb. So an early breakthrough for Notts on day 2. Briggs caught Moores, old Patterson for 7.
Yeah, very good wicket that for Notts. We saw at Trent Bridge, and obviously we know through his long and very successful career, Danny Briggs very capable of hanging around, being a real thorn in the fielding side. Patterson now with 4. Just talking about the fact he's got a real chance of a 5 for here. He'll be looking to get it quickly now. Craig Miles is the new batsman back in the Warwickshire side, and here's a little fiddle outside the off stump. End of the over. Successful one for Patterson and for Notts. The Bears 262 for 7.
Yes, it was. So still marvelling at that Moores catch. Got rid of Danny Briggs. Briggs having sent the previous delivery to the fence for 4 runs. The issue apparently with the streaming is the pavilion end cameras down, which is the issue, but there's an engineer en route to fix it, so that's the good news. As Fletcher moves in from the Birmingham end and bowls to Lamb, and Lamb finds a gap and brings up his 50 in superb style. Ball racing away for 4 runs. Matt Lamb moving on to 52, 266 for 7. Excellent shot there. 125 deliveries and 6 fours for Matt Lamb.
Yep, tremendous innings this from Matt Lamb, just holding the middle order together here. Did make the point when he came out that the coaches, young coaches, would sort of have a little bit of a look at how much movement there is there from Matt Lamb, but it works for him.
As Fletcher's in again, and this pulled away by Lamb. It's not got enough on it to reach the boundary. Deep backward square leg. There's 2 fielders pursuing it anyway, and one of them, Chappell, returns it into the stumps. So just a single to Lamb onto 53, 267 for 7.
Bit of fielding from Zach Chappell. New man Craig Miles only faced the 1 delivery. And to face Luke Fletcher for the first time. Fortunes of a county cricketer, Luke Fletcher, all those wickets in his last 3 matches, none yet in this one.
And he comes, Fletcher, and bowls to Miles. Successfully plays that to Patterson White, the covers. There's no run.
Craig Miles, Swindon born. This is his 80th first-class match. Averages 16 with the bat. Obviously the bulk of his runs during his period with Gloucestershire. He's getting on towards 300 first-class wickets, which is a very good tally.
Fletcher comes in again and bowls to Miles, who clips this away off his legs. Lyndon James this time does the fielding and gets Miles off the mark. 268 for 7.
Got 1 or 2 birthdays again. We'll do after 11:30. Yesterday I omitted to mention that the day before the match started, Wednesday, was Joe Clark's birthday. He's 25.
As Fletcher is in again and bowls to Lamb. Everything behind that. Matt Lamb pushed back down the pitch, and Fletcher does the fielding off his own bowling, and that familiar scenario from Matt Lamb after every ball, twirls the bat and wanders away from the crease.
Yeah, and he really does, doesn't he? It's not just a step or two. He's square leg umpire until he's used to it. Must think, what's he coming to talk to me for? Used to be a player called Chris Tavares.
Oh yes,
fabulous player for England in the 80s. He certainly used to go and have a walk almost right out to the umpires.
As Fletcher comes in and bowls, and Luke Fletcher asking the question, but met with a negative response from the umpire. 268 for 7. Lamb 53 and Miles on 1. Yeah, Chris Tavares most famous for that 6-hour 50.
Yeah.
Playing for England.
18 for 1 this morning, Warwickshire in 5 overs. The equation now is that they need another 32 runs in 9 overs for a batting point. Which way do you think they'll go about this? Will Craig Miles look to come out and play his shots, or will he just look to try and rotate the strike and get Matt Lamb on as much as he can as Patterson is in, and we don't learn anything from that delivery because it's a defensive block?
I would think that he'll try to give Lamb as much of the strike as possible, Dave, if I'm honest. He's got Miles 14, 25, 22 and no score in the innings that he has played for Warwickshire this season. So a couple of 20s in there, which isn't bad coming out down the order.
Patterson again, 268 for 7, bowls to Craig Miles, and again another textbook forward defensive block. Actually mentioned Joe Clark's birthday on Wednesday. Should also mention Matt Carter, the big tall off spinner, of course, who I'm sure we'll see in T20 action for Notts in the next week or two. Born on the same day. They could be twins. Joe Clark and Matt Carter were both 25 on Wednesday. 268 for 7. Patterson bowls again to Miles. Lets this go through to Tom Moores. Really good catch, that one from Tom Moores. Durham have lost a wicket this morning as well. If you followed the close of play scores last night, you'll know they were in a whole heap of trouble at Chesterley Street. 16 wickets fell yesterday. Essex bowled out for 182. Durham was 6 down overnight, and they've lost another wicket this morning. They're 79 for 7. Here, 268 for 7, still in the first innings of the game, but very interesting phase of the contest as Patterson in again to Miles. Once more a defensive block.
26-year-old from Swindon, Wiltshire, Craig Miles. Played for Gloucestershire, county next door, of course, from 2011 to 2018, before finding his way to Edgbaston.
Came in sort of a job lot, didn't they, with Liam Norwell?
Yes.
Buy one, get one free. Two very fine players indeed. Big loss for Gloucestershire, 268 for 7. And Miles pushes this up to mid-off. They keep churning them out down there, though. They've, I'm sure at the time they would have felt it was a huge loss to see both Miles and Norwell leave around about the same time, but keep managing to produce young talented players, and currently going into this round top of Group 2. Had a tough day yesterday though against Hashim Amla and co at the Oval. 268 for 7, and Miles has a little fiddle at that one. So a maiden, so we didn't really glean anything from that over in terms of Warwickshire chasing bonus points, but Craig Miles had a little look at the bowling. He's going to have a chat with Matt Lamb. 268 for 7, the one man out this morning. Danny Briggs, really good catch by Tom Moores. It wouldn't have carried to Joe Clark at first slip, but it was nicked towards first slip. It was very, very low down, and Moore's low centre of gravity flung himself across and got the glove underneath it. Great work.
Lamb goes for a little stroll again as Fletcher prepares to motor in from the Birmingham end towards us and bowls, and Lamb plays that square of the wicket, the offside, but Ben Slater is quickly onto it to prevent a run. So yes, 32 runs in just shy of 8 overs now required for Warwickshire to take that third batting bonus point as Fletcher comes in, and no shot offered this time by Matt Lamb as he shoulders arms outside off stump. The 24-year-old from just up the road in Wolverhampton, contracted for this season and next, and one run away from his equalling his highest score of this season. As Fletcher is there and bowls, and that's pushed away for 2 into the onside, so Lamb moves on to 55. That's his highest score of the season, and the Warwickshire total 270 for 7.
Nice looking shot. Very interesting. Before start of play, about half an hour before start of play, I saw Stephen Mullaney take his 6 bowlers to one side. Kevin Shine, the bowling coach, there as well. A little bit of huddle, all the bowlers having a bit of a chat together.
As this next delivery from Fletcher is pushed up towards mid-off. There's no run.
I think it's fairly normal in most cricket dressing rooms, you know, right down to, you know, your local village club and whatever. There's always a little bit of an us and them, isn't there, between the bowlers and the batters. But it was very interesting just seeing the bowlers having their own sort of little chat, little huddle. So it would have been Mullaney just emphasising the need for a tight start to the day.
Fletcher is in and bowls to Lamb. Again, just pushed straight back to the bowler.
And I guess also he would have been sort of thanking them for their efforts yesterday. At no stage really did Warwickshire get away from Nottinghamshire. Mullaney himself had a good part to play in that. He bowled a tidy over either side of lunch, and of course he picked up the important wicket of Peter Milan just before lunch. But I thought not stuck at it well, and they got their reward very late in the day. Dane Patterson 3 wickets right at the end of the day.
Fletcher is there again and bowls to Lamb. This time up to mid-on, and the end of that Luke Fletcher over. 270 for 7. Name's going to disappear next door for an update. BBC Radio Nottingham. Matt Lamb on 55. To Craig Miles 1. Matt Lamb's highest score 173, so he's some way away from that. As things stand, that was here against Essex a couple of years ago. So Patterson from the pavilion end to bowl to Craig Miles. That's played straight back to the bowler. Very nearly holds on to it, bump ball towards his chest, but lets it hit the deck. And Leaves his teammate Patterson White to do the fielding. Receives the ball back from Mullaney and he's on his way in again. Patterson and bowls, and that's nicked, but didn't carry, I don't think, to Hutton and slip. And they come through having pierced the slip cordon for a single. 271 for 7. Saying yesterday, it's that chatter and hubbub around the ground, which is nice to hear again as Patterson is there and bowls to Lamb. Very solid defensive stroke into the offside, and Patterson White picks up. Smattering of spectators in the Hollies stand, and arc round towards the Birmingham City University stand as Patterson comes in and bowls to Lamb, and that's thumped away down to long off for 4 runs. Takes him on to 59. It's his 7th 4 of this innings, and the score to 275 for 7 at Sport BBC WM or at Brace Cricket. If you want to get involved on social media, you're more than welcome to do so, and we'll give you a mention. As Patterson's in again to Lamb, and that's clipped away off his legs this time for a comfortable single to the arm of Zach Chappell. So Lamb moving into the 60s now. Patterson 4 for 74, as Dave was saying, hasn't got a 5 for yet for Notts. And this next one by Miles is well defended into the onside. And that's the end of the over. 276 for 7. So 24 required for the next 6 overs. At third batting point. A few members underneath us. It's chatter you can hear on the effects microphone as Tom Moore's standing up to Luke Fletcher. Tactic that was used towards the end of yesterday's play to stop Lamb essentially having a wander down the pitch. That's how he likes to play it, to get into Luke Fletcher's head. With Moore's standing up, that puts a stop to it and turns this away neatly into the onside square of the wicket, and Hamid runs around to do the fielding for a single to Lamb, who's on to 61, 277 for 7. Pigeon's back from yesterday. He's sitting just underneath the commentary box. You heard him cooing away up above, tail end of yesterday's play. But, sat down in front of us at the moment as Fletcher comes in and bowls to Miles. And the bowler with a big appeal, but afterthought from those behind the stumps, and the umpire remains unmoved. That Lamb just goes to pick something up off the pitch, and Miles holds out. It was in the air, and he's gone for two. And a smart catch at point by Ben Slater. And Warwickshire have lost their 8th wicket, their 2nd of the morning, and Craig Miles didn't hang around for long. Luke Fletcher's long overdue 1st wicket of this match, and Miles caught Slater. Paul Fletcher for 277 for 8. Warwickshire, and Liam Norwell comes out to the middle now, so a rash shot from Craig Miles, and a low catch. It was reasonably comfortable for Ben Slater, Dave. So 2 wickets for Nottinghamshire early on today.
Yeah, where are we now then? The 105th 105th over. Yep, just checking with the old binos. It's very, very small, isn't it?
Yes.
the numbers there on beside the overs. 104.4 we've had. So Nottinghamshire need another wicket in the next 5.2 overs for maximum bowling points. Fletcher getting his reward, his overdue reward in this match. Just helped to backward point there, and nice routine catch for Ben Slater. He won't want them any more difficult than that, really. 277 for 8. New man is Liam Norwell.
And Fletcher on his way to bowl to him, and he had a little bit of a nibble at that. Through to Moores, and there's no run. Was out for a golden duck at Chelmsford last week. Norwell has survived at least one more delivery than that today. But Notts with their tails up, certainly. Fletcher in again to bowl to Norwell. No stroke required this time. At the end of the over, Warwickshire 277 for 8. So they need 23 more in 5 overs to claim their batting point.
Interesting just to see if Matt Lamb decides to put his foot down and go for that. So having a bit of a chat probably about the very same thing with Liam Norwell. 277 for 8. Notts will have different ideas, particularly Dane Patterson looking for his first fifer in county championship cricket, and of course Luke Fletcher will now feel he's got some overdue reward and will want to polish off the tail when he gets an opportunity. So it is Lamb on strike on 61. Pleased to see that Notts are continuing with an attacking field. This one's edged, and it's found its way down towards third man. Certainly a couple here. They're going to settle for 2. It was along the ground. There were 2 slips there, and it probably ran safely along the ground through 3.5, 4 slip sort of region. So Lamb adds a couple, moves on to 63. 279 for 8. Usually around this time we look at the day, 28th of May, and birthdays. We've got managed to dig out a Warwickshire one and a Nottinghamshire one. People celebrating their birthday today. Which do you want first then, Rob?
As we're at Edgbaston, why not the Warwickshire one,
well,
Dave?
The Warwickshire one,
yes.
I'm sure it will also be celebrated down in South Wales, because I was a little surprised. This fella played for Warwickshire. Next ball wide of the off stump goes through to the keeper. Happy 86th birthday today to Ozzie Wheatley. I don't know if you remember him, but when I was a young lad, Glamorgan were one of the top sides that won the county championship in, was it 69 or 70? They had Ozzie Wheatley at one end in that period, Jeff Jones at the other. But he began his career playing for Warwickshire between 1957 and 1960. 63 matches, 237 wickets for Warwickshire. Warwickshire, and twice he got 100 in a season. Great start to his career. This one swings away, taken by Moores. We know there was more cricket played then, but still to get 100 wickets in each of your first 2 seasons. But he was prized away to go and join Glamorgan. He was born in the northeast, but the family then moved down to Birmingham, and he was educated here and started with Warwickshire, as I say, and went on to become one of the Wisden Cricketers of the Year in 1969, and took over 1,000 first-class wickets in all. Terrific player in his day, Ozzie Wheatley. Happy birthday, as Matt Lamb clips this down to long leg. He was somebody who had a very lengthy career in first-class cricket, and as I say, 63 matches for Warwickshire. Ashwell Prince, the South African international, is 44 today. Played just 4 first-class matches for Notts and 4 List A matches. One of those little loan spells, where an overseas player comes in to fill a gap, and it was back in 2008. He, more recently, towards the end of his career, played quite a lot for Lancashire, scored a lot of runs. Ashwell Prince, 60-odd tests for South Africa. Fabulous player. 280 for 8. Next ball nice and full, and it goes under the bat of Norwell and into the keeper's gloves. A couple of other very famous cricketers celebrating their birthday today. Misbah-ul Haq, former Pakistan skipper who played on and on and on well into his 40s. He's 47 today. And Douge, the West Indian commentator now, of course, who's got the silky smooth voice, Jeff Douge, on. But what a great keeper he was. He sort of took over from Derek Murray, and he was the one in the 80s, that pace attack. Great man to listen to. 280 for 8 as the over ends. The ball goes through to the keeper. Jeff Douge, born in 1956, so he's 65 today. Happy birthday to all of those, and to you if you're celebrating your birthday on the 28th of May. And just a couple of other just little quick things before they start again. On this day in 1988, Graham Hick became the second man since the war, emulating Glenn Turner to reach 1,000 runs before the end of May. It's not been done since. I don't think it's going to be done today. I don't think anybody's going to go out there and get 500 or 600 runs, which is it. It's Beddingham of Durham, isn't it? He's got to 600, and I think he's the leading run scorer in the country, but he's been dismissed in Durham's first innings, so he's not going to get there. But on this day in 88, Graham Hick reached 1,000 runs before the end of May.
A fabulous player to watch as Fletcher comes in to bowl to Matt Lamb, with Tom Moores again standing up to the stumps, but he's squeezed that into the offside for a single. Takes him on to 65. 281 for 8.
Now then, on this day in 1965, we talk about, it's cold at the cricket, we've had some wet and cold days. On this day in 1965, the second day of England versus New Zealand here at Edgbaston, they say is the coldest day of Test cricket of all time. It was so cold that hot coffee was brought out to the players in the drink interval, and Wisden said, seldom in England has a Test been contested in such cold, cheerless weather.
As Fletcher comes in and bowls to Norwell. As Fletcher asking the question, but again it's met with a no from the umpire.
So on this day in 1965, so cold at the Test match, hot coffee served during each of the drinks breaks, England versus New Zealand. There we are, 28th of May in history.
The first Saturday of the season here against Derbyshire, we had a light covering of snow, nothing that was compared to Headingley, which was blanketed in white up in Leeds that day, as Fletcher comes in and bowls to Norwell, who bit of a fish at that, but through to Moores.
We've had some early season matches over the years up at Durham when they've been wearing beanie hats in the field, but I guess the Test matches generally don't sort of get underway until the end of maybe June, so there we are. That's regarded as the coldest day of Test cricket of all time, but whether it is or not, who knows. But there we are.
281 for 8 Warwickshire. And Fletcher from the Birmingham end comes in and bowls to Liam Norwell, who plays this up to Patterson at mid-on. 1 for 57 for Luke Fletcher. It's a scant reward for the spells he had yesterday. And he could on another day have taken 3 wickets during yesterday's play, but ended up with none. But and Craig Miles caught at backward point by Ben Slater this morning for 2. He comes and bowls to Norwell, who's given that a fearful crack. Back down the ground for 6. Just threw the bat at that, Norwell, and it disappeared back over Fletcher's head and all the way over the fence for 6. The first 6 of the Warwickshire innings.
And he's off the mark. What a sound as the ball cracked off the face of the bat. Whether it was premeditated or whether he had time to realise where it was going to be pitched, he certainly went after that and deposited it high over the bowler and into the tarpaulin at the far end of the ground.
Wow. Norwell off the mark with a 6. And Luke Fletcher rolling the ball to the umpire just to check on the damage that that stroke did as it ended up on the concrete at the far end. Now, you can be sure that Luke Fletcher's got a comeback ball up his sleeve here, Dave, I would think. And he comes and bowls to Norwell, and that's played back past the bowler, but cut off before Norwell can think about a single. 287 for 8, so 13 required off 3 overs for the magic 3rd batting bonus point for Warwickshire. Liam Norwell with that wonderful 6. Matt Lamb on strike now to face Dane Patterson on 65.
Yeah, their chances of getting to 300 boosted significantly by that one blow from Liam Norwell. What a shot. Chris Tall's with us again. Morning, Chris. Didn't Ozzie Wheatley famously veto the reappointment of Mike Gatting as England's skipper, says Chris. I'm not sure of that, but Ozzie Wheatley certainly, after his playing days, became a very prominent administrator within the game. The Test and County Cricket Board, as it was before it became the ECB, he was a selector and one of the top administrators. This has pushed into the offside, and it could well have been that he was involved in that Chris was talking about there, vetoing Mike Gatting's reappointment. But yeah, I was just a little surprised just when I checked that he had actually played for Warwickshire. I do remember that very strong Glamorgan side of the day. Of course, they've got Majid Khan, the Pakistan international. Those championship winning years, and Tony Lewis, Peter Walker, Don Shepherd. This one's chopped away nicely by Lamb. They're going to take on the arm of Lyndon James. They come back for 2. It's a good throw, and Moores demolishes the stumps and appeals towards umpire Warren, but not out is the verdict. 289 for 8. Really good running.
Yes, it was chancy, but they got there.
So 11 runs required now in 16 deliveries. Notts need 1 wicket. Don't think either side would be up for a trade. Nope, doesn't necessarily work like that. Oliver Hannon-Dolby still to come for Warwickshire. Apart from getting this extra bonus point, will I would imagine be anxious to get their total up towards 350 rather than around the 300 mark. So they've got a bit of work to do. Lamb is on 67. He's nicked it and caught, and Patterson's got a 5-foot, and that's a really, really sharp catch by Brett Hutton, the subfielder, and Matt Lamb has to go for 67, and congratulations to Dane Patterson. Good work. That second slip. Crowder, I think, a little slow in realising what had happened there, and And they break out into a very healthy round of applause, and well deserved from Matt Lamb. He'll be disappointed. He'll want to have seen the job through. Good catch by Brett Hutton. 289 for 9. And Dane Patterson has now got figures of 5 for 79.
Yeah, kind of a waist-high midriff catch, wasn't it, from Hutton, but well held nevertheless. And the last wicket pair then together. Alan Dolby coming out to the middle. So Nottinghamshire taking 3 wickets in the first 50-odd minutes, for the addition of 39 runs from Warwickshire's perspective. The dismissal of Lamb means that Nottinghamshire will fancy their chances of seeing one of these two off sooner rather than later now.
Well, they've done all they can do in terms of bonus points. Quite right, they can't focus or allow their focus to drift. Believing they've done the work. Hannon Dolby, lefty, of course. Lets this go through to the keeper. Is it the first lefty we've had since the 2 openers, Rhodes and Yates? I think it is. Yes.
Yeah.
289 for 9. That's Dane Patterson's first 5 for Nottinghamshire, and it's also his first 5 since October 2019. I just got it here. Got a 5 for Cape Cobras against Titans at Benoni. Next ball past the outside edge and through to the keeper. The Willowmore Park main oval in Benoni. He got 7 for 91 in October 2019, playing for Cape Cobras against Titans. It's his last 5. Had a year or so out of the game. Peter Moores was talking last night. The media were, there's 1 or 2 quotes on the Nottinghamshire website and the interview about Patterson. He's getting better and better. More cricket he's playing as Hannon Dolby gets off the mark, just running this down to 3rd man. 290 for 9. That means he will keep strike at the end of that successful over for Dane Patterson. So this morning Warwickshire have added 40, but they've lost 3 wickets.
Yeah, so still delicately, intriguingly poised this match. Rob Gurney and Dave Bracegirdle with you on day 2. The sun disappearing, but light high cloud and plenty of blue sky in evidence for the second consecutive day of this match. Scheduled to run until Sunday, of course. Mike Taylor will be here in my stead today and tomorrow. Join Dave as Luke Fletcher, 28 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 63. Prepares to bowl to Ollie Hannon Dolby. In he comes, right arm and bowls to Hannon Dolby. Big stride down the pitch and allows it through to Tom Moores. 4 not out, 3 not out, 8-3 naught. 2 not outs for Hannon Dolby with the bat so far this season.
It was a very exaggerated lead, wasn't it?
147 balls, 7 fours for Matt Lamb, 67 by the way, and an identical leave from Hannon Dolby for this next delivery. Down on the scorecard is 22. That's a misprint. Number 20 is the Warwickshire fast bowler who'll be looking to get into the Nottinghamshire batting order a little later, as Fletcher comes in and bowls, and deliberately played back up the pitch to Patterson at mid-off by Hannah Dorby, and there's no run.
Sharp catch from Brett Hutton to see off Matt Lamb. It was going very quickly, wasn't it?
Yeah, held on well.
2 chances have been offered this morning, and both taken, unlike the first hour yesterday.
Fletcher's there again and bowls to Hannah Dolby, who plays this out to the offside, and they'll come through for a comfortable single. 291 for 9. Still no Ben Duckett. That's why Hutton's out there on the field and required to take that catch. Duckett having, as Dave says with the binoculars, looked like he's damaged a thumb in unsuccessfully attempting to catch Peter Milan out yesterday, the opening session of this match.
There's a lot of theory out there. There's not much cricket going on, but there's a lot of theory. Notts have got 5 men out now, 6 men out effectively on the fence.
That's Fletcher barrelling in and bowls to Norwell. He's given that some air, but it's safe. And they'll come through for a comfortable couple. 293 for 9.
Yeah, that was one of those rounds of applauses that sort of acknowledging that little battle was won by Liam Norwell. Despite all the fielders on the boundary, the batsman had the wherewithal just to chip it into a gap and comfortably take 2 runs. If he carries on doing that over the next over and a half, or over and 1 ball as it is now, it should be close.
And Norwell was tempted to follow that down leg side, but didn't in the end. So 1 over to go, and Warwickshire require 7 runs off it to reach their 3rd batting bonus point.
Fletcher a little fortunate it wasn't called as a wide. I mean, see, it was a long way down the leg side. Just quickly elsewhere, Durham 97 for 8, replying to Essex's 182. Worcestershire still bat on 365 for 8. They're playing Derbyshire at New Road. Middlesex 288 for 9 at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Surrey 317 for 6 at the Oval against Gloucestershire. Lancashire 124 for 1, replying to Yorkshire's 159 at Old Trafford. And Northants 142 for 5, replying to Sussex's 175 at Hove.
Ticking around towards midday.
Just about this time yesterday that Peter Milan was Rob Yates, I beg your pardon, was dismissed, the first wicket to go down in the match, and Hannah Dolby does just what his side, his batting partner and the crowd would have wanted him to do. Takes a single first ball. 294 for 9. Josh, Bears fan, as frustrating as this batting collapse is, this is why I love red ball cricket. Bears were in control and looking to set a good total, but Notts have fought back since tea, and the game has tilted in their favour. Simply the best form. Very much agree with you there, Josh. Love the county championship. Said the Bears, in that point there, the Bears were in control. They were in a strong position, but at no point did it sort of look as if they were going to run away from Notts, as Patterson is in to Norwell, who's slammed this down the ground. Luke Fletcher's got work to do here, but gets quickly to the ball, and there'll only be a single. That's good work from Fletcher. And 2 balls into the over, 2 singles taken. I think when he hit that, he would have been hoping for 4, would have been expecting 2, and was frustrated, Liam Norwell, to find himself limited to 1 by good work by Fletcher. And he's getting the thoughts of his captain now, who was very pleased with that.
So, four deliveries left for Warwickshire to get 5 more runs. Discussion between Laney, Patterson and Fletcher about what should happen here. Patterson bowls and it's in front of Alan Dalby's face and just leans out of the way. So 3 deliveries remaining. 45 runs added. 3 wickets have fallen. Patterson is there again and bowls to Alan Dalby, and that's edged into his pads. So 2 balls to come. And this is Rob Gurney at Edgbaston after an hour of play on day 2 of Warwickshire's County Championship match with Nottinghamshire. 295 for 9 is the Bears' total, so 45 runs have been added, but 3 wickets have been lost this morning as Patterson comes in and bowls to Alan Dalby, who tries to lift that away for 4 runs behind the stumps, and he does so, which takes the Bears to the brink of a 3rd batting bonus point with 1 delivery of this, the 110th over to come, so they need 1 more off the last ball to get a 3rd batting bonus point. They're meant to go this morning. Danny Briggs caught behind a brilliant low catch by Tom Moores down to his right off Dane Patterson for 7. Craig Miles caught at backward point by Ben Slater off Luke Fletcher for 2. And Matt Lamb for 67, including 7 fours, was well pouched at 2nd slip by substitute fielder Brett Hutton, giving Dane Patterson his 5th wicket of the Nottinghamshire innings, and Warwickshire 299 for 9. So that 4 from Alan Dalby has set up the intriguing prospect now, Dave, of a single required off this last delivery for Warwickshire to get that last batting point as Patterson comes in and bowls, and there it is, cracked away for 4 runs by Alan Dalby. A tremendous cheer from the Warwickshire members. 4s in successive balls by Alan Dalby, and that is the batting bonus point that Warwickshire were looking for. 303 for 9 off the 110 overs. So everybody's fairly satisfied with that, Dave, I think.
Yeah. I did say jokingly, didn't a quarter of an hour or so ago, I wonder if they'd sort of play off one against the other, would not mind Warwickshire getting that 3rd batting point so long as they got the 3rd bowling point and vice versa, and that's how it's happened. 3 points apiece. And Fletcher and Patterson have been going for the first hour. Fletcher is going to continue. He's got one of the 9 wickets, but one of the 3 wickets to go down this morning. The other 2 to Dane Patterson. Warwickshire 303 for 9.
I guesstimated 300 for 8, didn't I?
You did?
You were asking me this morning. So 3 runs and 1 wicket away, but right, what I think's largely irrelevant anyway. But Fletcher comes in and bowls to Norwell, who turns this away into the onside for a single. I've pinched a ball from you there, Dave. I do apologise.
All right. Is Fletcher my end? I don't. Whatever.
With you nipping in and out.
No, you carry on. You carry on. You're doing a fine job.
304 for 9.
Durham all out for 99, by the way, at Chesterley Street. They had Essex for toast down at Chelmsford, and then they were hammered on the last day, and a turnaround in that match.
As Fletcher comes in and bowls to Hannon Dolby. Negotiates this into the offside where Chappell does the fielding for no run.
So they were second and third in the group going into this match, Durham and Essex. No batting points for either side there, just 3 bowling points to Durham, 3 bowling points to Essex. But Essex in a strong position.
Fletcher's there again, and Hannon Dolby up to mid-off, no run.
Nuisance factor already, you'd imagine here. 11, 15 runs have been added for the final wicket here. Stephen Mullaney would have liked his 2 quick bowlers just to have seen it through this morning. They've got 3 of the 4 wickets. We'll want to be batting in the not too distant future. Definitely going to be a rejig.
Fletcher's in again and bowls to Hannon Dolby, who plays this into the covers.
Interesting to see how they go, Slater and Seba Mead. I'm sure will open the batting as usual, but Ben Duckett's not been on the field, so he won't be allowed to bat at number 3. Will they all just promote them one, meaning Joe Clark goes in at 3, or might somebody from lower down like Lyndon James get an opportunity at 3?
Fletcher's in again. Slower ball that Hannon Dolby just dabs down. Goes behind the stumps.
I guess there might be a couple of different scenarios prepared for if the openers Slater and Hamid put on a bit of a partnership and see off the new ball bowlers, blunt the ball for 20 or 25 overs, then it would be perfectly natural for Joe Clark to come in at 4 if a wicket goes down in the first over. They may look at it differently.
Fletcher comes in and bowls, and again that extravagant leave by Hannon Dolby, big stride down the pitch through to Moores. 304 for 9 at the end of that over, with Liam Norwell on 10, including that one huge 6 off Luke Fletcher, and Hannon Dolby on 11. Successive 4s, bringing up Warwickshire's batting bonus point, and the second of those 4s, the very last delivery of the 110th over. And we're going to see Liam Patterson-White turn his arm over for the first time today, replacing Dane Patterson at the pavilion end, Dave.
So it's highly probable that Patterson will finish with 28 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 90. So Patterson replaced by Patterson-White, 1 T replaced by 2 Ts.
And a colour.
4 for 9. This what?
And a colour, I said.
Oh yeah. Yeah. One's a Pato and one's an LPW. 304 for 9. Liam Patterson-White with the wicket of Will Rhodes yesterday. A catch at short leg by Seba Mead, who's holding things up here at the moment whilst he's just popped his pads on and helmet and protective box and all sorts of other paraphernalia that he may need. And he's gone in at short leg. Liam Norwell has 10, he's on strike, and here is the slow left arm spinner for the first time this morning, and Norwell bunts it down the ground. Dane Patterson at long on doing the fielding, and the Bears go up to 305 for 9 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, and lovely to have you with us on day 2 at Edgbaston. Crowd inside the ground again, predominantly at the far end in the Holly stand, and good number at this end that we can't quite see from our commentary box as this is steered away past Chapel on backward point for 4 runs for the left-handed Hannon Dolby, who's just enjoying his work out there right now. His 3rd boundary.
Yeah, comfortably his highest score of the season.
There's Liam Patterson-White. That's not what he was expecting this time. Gentle push into the offside by the former Yorkshire skyscraper, Oliver Hannon-Dolby. Big tall fella, I'm sure we'll see him bowling in the not too distant future. Notts have got to get the last wicket first, of course, as the next one's eased out as far as Ben Slater, who's been one of 3 successful catchers this morning. Tom Moores and Brett Hutton the others for Notts. Just gently dropped on the leg side, fielded by Joe Clark, and remains 309 for 9.
1,808 members officially through the gates yesterday. Similar number today.
309 for 9 as Hannon-Dolby helps this into the offside, and there's no run. The other thing I meant to mention whilst we were, or I was talking about Oswald Wheatley. Not been too many Oswalds, I would imagine, played the game. 1,100 first-class wickets, only 1,200 first-class runs. More runs only just than wickets. And it also says there on his bio, at one stage he scored 9 consecutive ducks. Now that is a bit of a that is a bit of a streak. He was one of county cricket's definite number 11s, although apparently him and Jeff Jones always used to have a bit of a squabble over it, who was going in at 10 and 11. But 9 consecutive ducks. That's a bit of a trot, isn't it? It's a good job he was in for his bowling.
Well, Zach Chappell is going to replace Luke Fletcher at the Birmingham end. First sight of him today. 14 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 50 yesterday. Warwickshire frustrating Notts with this last wicket stand worth 20 now. Well on 11 on strike, and Dolby on strikers end on 15.
Chappell's the only bowler without a wicket, isn't he?
He comes in now towards us and bowls to Norwell, who plays that back over his head, but not going to have enough on it to reach the boundary. They'll just take a single. Goes on to 12, 310 for 9, but let's give it a crack, Liam Norwell.
That one, it was almost like the pile of sawdust that's been left there by the ground staff way in the distance was the green, and Norwell was just trying to put onto the green. He just chipped it back over the bowler, and it rolled up alongside the pile of sawdust. It was exquisitely played, if that was his aim. Presume it wasn't. Presume he meant to blast it over the stand at the far end, but it did look as if he timed that to perfection.
Hannon-Dolby with made it short leg again as Chappell comes in and plays it to Slater in the covers. Hannon-Dolby, and there's no run. At Sport BBC WM, at Brace Cricket, if you want to join us via the medium of Twitter.
That's a +1 for their over 8. It's just come up on the board. Sometimes very difficult to fathom out how they work these things out, but there we are. They're okay.
Chappell's there again, and that's steered on its way by Hannon-Dolby down to the boundary in front of us for 4 more. Takes him on to 19, 314 for 9. It's his 4th 4.
The next time he does one of your podcasts, this may get brought up, this innings from Oliver Hannon-Dolby.
That's available, the Bears Pod Blast. Oliver Hannon-Dolby alongside Richard Wilford, Dom Sibley and Ollie Stone, their guests this week ahead of the Test series against New Zealand. Available from your usual podcast supplier. Yes, I'm sure it'll get a mention next time round. Joe Clark's coming up to first slip now from The boundary in front of us, and in goes Chappell. That's clipped away fine by Hannon Dolby to Patterson. They'll come through for a single. Takes him on to 20, 315 for 9.
Career top score of 40 for Oliver Hannon Dolby. So he's halfway there.
I was say he's halfway there, yeah. As Chappell turns at his mark and comes in towards us and bowls to Norwell, who's found a gap on the onside. Another single. This is all grist to the Warwickshire mill in terms of taking the lead. The first innings total beyond 300.
It's the first time he's reached 20 since 2016.
Chappell. The move is in and bowls. And Dolby plays this to Hamid at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I can only assume that's because he's been let down by some very poor batting from his partners, because he looks the part here at number 11. He's obviously been left stranded high and dry many times.
He's in the mood so much so that he's discarded the sleeveless sweater now.
Always like it when a number 11 calls for a change of gloves. That's always a great sight to see, unless you're the bowling side.
Patterson White to continue, Dave, from the pavilion end.
Yeah, getting a sweat on, taking his sweater off. Here's Patterson White bowling to Norwell, who's just clipped this out on the leg side. He's leaving it to the batsman. Norwell on to 14 with that little chip away there. 317 for 9, and they've added 28 for the final wicket. There's Patterson White bowling to Hannon Dolby, solidly behind it. Just squint a little bit and it could be Matthew Hayden. Patterson White in again, played away to mid-wicket where Joe Clark does the fielding, and Seba Mead at short leg has to duck down as the ball speared back in towards Moores. Would have clipped him on the back of the helmet if he hadn't ducked down in time. Next delivery tossed up there, and it's not been taken by the keeper. It was a very elegant flamboyant leave, but could have been too far away from the stumps. And now for the number 11, Oliver Hannon Dolby. Brett Hutton from mid-on is dropped back onto the boundary down below us. They're expecting a big hit. It doesn't come, it's just gently pushed into the offside for a single. And it's 318 for 9.
Not increasingly frustrated by these two. 289 for 9. Looks as though Warwickshire won't get another batting point, but they have done, and a few more besides.
Next ball is somehow missed, I think, by the batsman and the keeper. This will probably be a bye. Let's have a little scoot at umpire Lloyd. Yep, a bye. It was the big mo from Liam Norwell. He missed it, and I think the ball just deflected off the gloves of Tom Moores behind him, and they took the bye. 319 for 9. We see this so often, not just with matches involving knots, but up and down the country. Numbers 10 and 11 getting together, not on the face of it with much to play for, but going out there enjoying themselves, frustrating the bowlers, and hanging around for any number of overs. It's happening here. 319 for 9.
That was the 28th extra of the innings. 6 byes, 4 leg byes, and 18 no balls.
Yes, that was too many yesterday, wasn't it? That, of course, is 9 no balls, yes, each of them counting for 2, but still helps the total swell.
As Chappell continues. to Norwell, who's played that back over his head again, but similar result to one in the previous over, just for a single.
Can't quite find that Sawdust, can he? For his hole in one. That's what he's aiming for. I know it's a distance thing, but it does seem as if the pile of sawdust at the far end has been splattered about a little bit, whereas the one at this end is absolutely neat and tidy as it was when the ground staff put it there.
Neat little hillock as Chappell comes in. That's down leg side. Bowling to Hannah Dolby, and Moores gathers behind the stumps. Took terrific low catch to his right. Tom Moores to see off Danny Briggs for 7. First thing this morning, 262 for 7, which then became 277 for 8 when Craig Mars was caught at backward point by Ben Slater off Luke Fletcher for 2. Chappell again and bowls, and that's chipped by Hannah Dolby, but falls short. And the fielder in front of the Hollies stand on the boundary, and they come through for a single. Matt Lamb finally went for 67 off 147 deliveries, including 7 fours, when substitute fielder Brett Hutton took a smart catch midriff off Patterson, giving him at that point figures of 5 for 79. Dane Patterson. Warwickshire 289 for 9, but since then Alan Dolby with 22, Norwell with 15 have held knots up. Alan Dolby with successive 4s to take Warwickshire to their 3rd batting point off the final delivery of the crucial 110th over, with the second of those boundaries, Alan Dolby, as Chappell comes in again and bowls to Norwell. Again plays it into a gap for a single. 16 he has, 322 for 9.
Ed Barnard's going nicely for Worcestershire, 78 not out, 393 for 9. Worcestershire at New Road against Derbyshire. They got 4 batting points inside the 110 overs, and Derbyshire just the 2 bowling points, but another wicket has gone since. 393 for 9. Ed Barnard 78 not out, batting with number 11 Dylan Pennington.
Chappell motors towards us and bowls, and Alan Dolby successfully gets bat on ball up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Hashim Amla still batting for Surrey. He's 121 not out at the Oval, where Surrey 338 for 6 against Gloucestershire.
As Chappell comes in again past the umpire and bowls to Hannah Dolby, and pushed into the offside, but declined the single. Norwell on strike then at the start of this next over. 322 for 9 Warwickshire, after what, an hour and 25 minutes play thereabouts on day 2 of this LV Insurance County Championship match at Edgbaston. Rob Gurney on behalf of BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR, alongside Dave Bracegirdle, BBC Radio Nottingham.
A little bit of head scratching going on out there, you'd imagine, for Stephen Mullaney right now. Happens to all captains when they're held up by the lower order. 33 runs added in 25 minutes or so by this pair. Liam Patterson-White about to begin his 19th over, bowling to Norwell. He's on 16, and he's hit on the pad, and they're asking umpire Lloyd. Graham Lloyd turns it down. It remains 322 for 9. It's the one slip. Stephen Mullaney now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boundary riders. This one's hit away, and that's a really good connection. The ball hit away. Was that clanging into the seats in the Holly stand, the corner there of the Holly stand, and this the big south stand right in the corner, and whatever it struck, it sort of bounced back onto the field of play for Dane Patterson to throw back to the bowler.
That's second six of his innings from Liam Norwell.
He's now caught Hannon Dolby up. They're both on 22. Next ball incoming. He's gone again, and well, where is it? Where is it? Well, I can tell you where it is. It's fielded by Tom Moores, the wicket keeper. Gave that the big wind up as well.
Yeah. Squirted away though, didn't it, this time into the offside. Barely got off the square that time.
Asiba Mead has now joined his teammates out on the fence, and another delivery that just nicely held back by Liam Patterson wide. Nicely flighted delivery. Knew that Norwell is in the mood. His juices are flowing. Looking to get after him, and just held it back. Takes a little bit of nerve to do that. Next one again is through into the gloves of Tom Moores. Bounced back nicely here, Liam Patterson White. Still only 22. Ever present this year, as indeed are all the top 8 for Nottinghamshire. 328 for 9. Next ball is hit away up in the air. It's going to fall in the gap between Joe Clark and Brett Hutton. Rushing in from the boundary. Clark always the closest to it, but never likely to get underneath it. Just swirling away over his head, and Norwell on to 23. 329 for 9. He'll keep strike at the end of that over.
Yeah, so it's a 40-run partnership now for the 10th wicket between these two. Adding some valuable late runs to Warwickshire first innings total. And to go today, Briggs for 7, Miles for 2, Lamb for 67. Patterson with 2 more wickets, giving him his first fifer for Nottinghamshire. Luke Fletcher getting the other as Chappell continues, and fired in short and easily tucked out of the way of by Norwell.
This is the 7th match for both of these counties, and just had a little look there. I mentioned that Nottinghamshire's top 8 have played in every game. 7 of the Warwickshire side are also ever presents this season. Bresnan, Yates, Hayne, Briggs, Burgess, Rhodes and Oliver Hannon Dolby.
Chappell on his way towards us. He's there and bowls to Norwell, and Norwell plays this solidly up to mid-off, and there's no run. Sun's gone in again behind the clouds, but no threat of any weather, just a hint of breeze. The Warwickshire flag with the dark blue and gold stripes at top and bottom, bare and ragged staff in the middle, fluttering away in the breeze as it's far down leg side, this next delivery by Zach Chappell. They come through for another bye. 330 for 9. Chappell's there again, bowling to Hannon Dolby. Doesn't follow that as it disappears over his right shoulder. The umpire telling Chappell that's the one for the over. It was a 7th bye delivery before. 29 extras now. 18 of them no balls, as Dave was saying. That could have 9 no balls because 2 runs for each, 4 leg byes and 7 byes now. 330 for 9. Chappell is there again and bowls to Hannon Dolby. into the covers where Slater does the fielding. Ian Hamid will be opening for Nottinghamshire when that time comes. These two have held knots up for a lot longer than Stephen Mullaney and company would have liked. As Chappell is in, and Hannah Dolby's found a gap, and that's crashed away for 4 runs, 4 more runs to Hannah Dolby. His 5th boundary of this innings takes him on to 26, and the total at the end of that over to 334 for 9. Away from a 50 partnership for the last wicket. Patterson White, 19 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 45 to continue from the pavilion end. And that's given the long handle by Norwell. That's his 3rd 6 and 2nd off Patterson White. And there is the 50 partnership, and just 58 deliveries between these two, Norwell and Hannah Dolby. 1 or 2 cries of "you bears" from down below. Warwickshire members in celebratory mood, and why not? That was another terrific club by Norwell.
2nd over in a row where he's done it the first ball of the over as well. Not doing the ball a great deal of good, is it? Graham Lloyd, the umpire, just having a very close inspection, make sure there's no irreparable damage been done to it.
Patterson White comes in again and bowls, and it's cut away by Norwell. I think about 2, but Lyndon James with a sharp throw back into the stump, so settle for 1. Norwell on to 30. 341 for 9.
Does happen time and time again though, when you get a number 11 out there and then suddenly you start dropping fielders out on the boundary and you want to bowl at the number 11. It just doesn't work.
This next delivery, Patterson White, safely negotiated by Hannah Dolby, just drops a bat on it to the onside. Again, down on 1 knee this time, Hannah Dolby, just to prod it up towards the mid-on region. Played into the offside by Hannah Dolby. Just looking at Norwell's highest score for Warwickshire, 64 here against Surrey a couple of years ago. So Patterson White's there again, and Dolby deliberately playing it into the offside, and there is the end of Patterson White over, with Norwell on 30, Hannah Dolby 26, 341 for 9, the Bears.
Of course, there will be various repercussions if this partnership goes on a wee while longer. Lunch should be at 1 o'clock, of course. If they are still together, then we'd have potentially an extra half an hour. If the wicket falls, the final wicket falls between 10 to 1 and 1 o'clock, we would go off for lunch a little earlier. And of course, if the wicket is taken in the next 15 minutes, the Nottinghamshire openers will have just a very tricky little spell to negotiate before the break. Zach Chappell remains wicketless. He's out of the attack. Stephen Mullaney comes back into the attack This time from the Birmingham end. 11 overs, 1 for 21 for the Notts skipper. He got rid of Peter Milan just before lunch yesterday, bowling from this end. And 24 hours later finds himself bowling to Liam Norwell, who just blocks the first ball, helping it out as far as a Seba Mead. Rob Gurney and Dave Bracegirdle with you at Edgbaston. Round 7 of the county championship. When this game's over, both sides will have played half of their allocation of county championship matches this year. 341 for 9. One more match apiece next week. Warwickshire go to Derby. Notts go to Chelmsford. Then we're into cut and thrust of T20. Here's Mullaney into Norwell. He's not finding this so easy to get away as he clips this to Clark at mid-wicket. Halfway through Mullaney's comeback over. Remains 341 for 9, and the partnership worth 52 for the final wicket. Umpire at the far end is Russell Warren. Mullaney past his left shoulder bowls and chopped down into the ground. Ben Slater will do the fielding. And there's no addition to the total. Five wickets for Dane Patterson. Rest of the wickets shared around. As Mullaney comes, and Norwell had a bit of a chat to Oliver Hannon-Dolby there before that ball, and then gives it the big wind up, misses it. Tom Moores whips off a bail for good measure, but the batsman hadn't gone anywhere. Final ball of the over. Can Mullaney bowl a maiden? He's into Norwell, and he can indeed. So that was the brakes put on things by Notts captain Stephen Mullaney, and it remains 341 for 9.
That's what was required there by the skipper. Warwickshire will still be very satisfied with what they've managed to achieve.
Record 10th wicket partnership for Warwickshire against Notts, by the way, 73. That's not too far away, is it? 73. Two very well-known names from Warwickshire's recent past. Trevor Penny and Tim Munton at Trent Bridge 1995 put 73 on.
As Patterson White comes in and bowls, and that's the end of the Warwickshire innings. Hannon-Dolby caught edging to Stephen Mullaney, but still a very warm round of applause as Warwickshire are all out for 341, with Hannon-Dolby last to go for 26. Liam Norwell remaining 30 not out, so Warwickshire dismissed for 341. Scorecard in full. Rob Yates bowled by James for 8. Peter Milan, LBW Mullaney 17. Will Rhodes caught Hamid, bowled Patterson White 91. Sam Hain, LBW Patterson 61. Michael Burgess, LBW Patterson 3. Tim Bresnan caught Hamid, bowled Patterson no score. Danny Briggs caught Moores, bowled Patterson 7. Craig Miles caught Slater, bowled Fletcher for 2. Matt Lamb caught by the substitute fielder Brett Hutton off Patterson for 67. And Oliver Hannon-Dolby caught Mullaney off the bowling of Patterson White for 26. 29 extras, 7 byes, 4 leg byes, and 9 no balls, equating to 18 extra runs. 341 all out. And the bowling figures: Luke Fletcher 30 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 67. Chappell 17 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 64. Dane Patterson 28 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 90. Lyndon James 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 36. Stephen Mullaney 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 21. And Liam Patterson-White, 20.1 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 52. Warwickshire all out in the 120th over, 119.1 overs bowled in total. The Bears making 341, and Notts, Dave Bracegirdle, shortly to take up their reply.
Yeah, I reckon they'll have about 10 minutes, maybe 3 overs to face before lunch. Always a tricky little period, whether you've got to bat before an interval or just before the close of play. So they'll be desperate to weather that particular storm. Anand Dolby will no doubt open the bowling with presumably either Liam Norwell or Craig Miles. 341 on the board. At times it looked as if Warwickshire might get more than that. At times it, particularly last night when they were reduced to 250 for 6, you wondered if they would get many more than 300. But 341 for 9 is what they've finished up with, and now they've got to do their work with the ball. Nottinghamshire, meanwhile, will be hoping for a solid start. They'll be hoping for good news with regards to Ben Duckett. I'm sure the dressing room is well aware of what Ben Duckett's capabilities and availability is likely to be. But it's time for some of the top order to stand up and put a score on the board. Ben Slater's had a couple of centuries this season. So too Asiba Mead, under 94. Duckett with that big century in the last match. Joe Clark has had 350s, but a top score of 66. Maybe he's one that's due a 3-figure score. And Lyndon James has been also knocking on the door. He's had a 79 not out, a 51 and a 78. Maybe it's time for him to finally reach that maiden century for Nottinghamshire. Stephen Mullaney's also had a ton this season, and 96 not out from Tom Moores. So at various times this season the batting unit has contributed. Here potentially with limitations around Ben Duckett's availability, they'll be looking for 2 or 3 of them to come to the party and certainly not find themselves in too much trouble today. But this is a very capable, very fine Warwickshire attack, of course. A string of seam bowlers backed up by the excellent Danny Briggs, and like yesterday, I would expect the remainder of the day to be fairly tight, no nonsense cricket, with Nottinghamshire having to scrap for every run and Warwickshire being made to work hard for the wickets. That's what you'd expect to happen. Whether that is how it unfolds remains to be seen. But first and foremost, Notts have got a little 10-minute period of play to negotiate, and in just a moment or two we'll see them back out there already. The 1 or 2 of the Warwickshire players, Rob Yates I can see, and Tim Bresnan down below as captain. Will Rhodes getting a little bit of catching practice. Danny Briggs is there as well. Now Sam Hain. So they're all lining up on the boundary edge, ready, eager to get on with it. 341 all out is the score here. And just time quickly to look around the country again. They're into the 3rd innings of the match at Chesterley Street. Essex 182, Durham 99, Essex 9 without loss. Worcestershire bat on, 413 for 9 against Derbyshire. Ed Barnard is 86 not out, missed the game at Trembridge last week, part of the pair's rotation policy. We said at the time it was a big miss for Worcestershire. He's 86 not out. Good support from Dylan Pennington, the number 11. He's 22 not out. In Group 2 at Grace Road, Middlesex 295 all out. Leicestershire already running into difficulties. They're 17 for 2. At the Oval, that one's crawling along. Ashim Amla has been there forever. He's 123 not out in a Surrey score of 347 for 7. So a bit more cricket there before Gloucestershire can have a bat. The Roses battle. Yorkshire 159 all out. Lancashire heavily on top. They're 146 for 1. Alex Davis out for 52 yesterday. Keaton Jennings 53 not out. Luke Wells, and I hadn't realised until this week that Luke Wells, let go by Sussex last week, had signed for Lancashire. that's on me rather than anything else. But I knew he'd left Sussex and was expecting somebody to pick him up, but I hadn't realised the Lankies had. His old county, Luke Wells' old county, Sussex, were bowled out yesterday for 175, having been 50 for 6 or 7, something ridiculous. Got to 175, and Northants just taken the lead. They're 181 for 8 in reply. So you're up to speed up and down the country. But I know first and foremost you're interested in the events here at Edgbaston, and the immediate events, and the round of applause you've just heard are for the return of the umpires, Graham Lloyd and the slightly taller Russell Warren, as they make their way back out to the middle.
So, very intriguingly poised here at Edgbaston, just before lunch on the second day. Warwickshire all out for 341, very valuable 52 run partnership for the final wicket between Liam Norwell. There's 3 big sixes, 2 off Patterson White, 1 off Fletcher. Hannon Dolby, 5 fours in his 26. Norwell 30 not out in the end. The platform on which to build, all out 9 short of what would have been a 4th batting bonus point, but might have settled for 3, I'm sure, from at the start of play today. Certainly, as I say, when I was talking to Will Rhodes following his 91 yesterday, that was the target, to get up to 300 plus, and they achieved that. Now, how good a total first innings is 341. We're about to find out with the Nottinghamshire reply here, Dave.
Yeah, they're just making their way cautiously and carefully down those steps at the far end of the ground. With us yesterday when we were mentioning it. Worcestershire in their normal, again, apologies, Warwickshire in their, just done 2 matches involving Worcestershire. That's so it shouldn't happen, but it does. Warwickshire in their normal dressing room, of course. Nottinghamshire using the facilities at the far end of the ground, the top of the RAS Wyatt stand, and they've got quite a lot of steps to come down, and I guess with studs on, it's just a little tricky on the steps there. Here come Asiba Mead and Ben Slater now. Slater had a disappointing match at Trent Bridge against Warwickshire, out for 5 and 2, and Mead didn't really get going either, out for 19. Second innings he got 53, but they both produced some rather substantial scores since then, and I think initially they'll be looking for nothing further than getting through to 1 o'clock. Warwickshire clearly knew what was afoot, because even before we could see the 2 batsmen, they'd lined up a slip cordon for the left-hander. They knew that Ben Slater would be taking first strike, as he always does. 4 slips there: Bresnan, Hayne, Yates and Briggs, all just scratching away at marks, just in case they forget where they're supposed to be standing. All slip cordons do it. Here's Oliver Hannon Dolby, and here's Rob Gurney.
As Hannon Dolby comes in from the Birmingham end and bowls, lifting delivery to greet Ben Slater. His way through to Burgess. Yes, Bresnan at first slip, Sam Hayne at second. And at third, Rob Yates. 4th slip, Danny Briggs. Looking to needle one of these 2 out as he comes in, Hannon Dolby, but that's flicked away by Slater. Down to long leg for the first run of the Nottinghamshire reply. Getting Ben Slater off the mark.
tell you what I'm in at in a second.
Hannon Dolby bowls to the right-handed Hamid for the first time. It's played into the onside, and Miles in the floppy sun hat does the fielding.
I always feel like I'm prying when you're using binoculars, but that's what they're there for. It does look to me as if Ben Duckett, I beg your pardon, has got his pads on and has got his gloves on now. I'm never entirely sure about this regulation about injuries, picking injuries up, and when you got to go down the order and not.
As Hannon Dolby comes in, and there's a big shout for LBW by Hannon Dolby, but met with a negative response from the umpire.
Yeah, it seemed as if Warwickshire wanted it half a dozen one way and 6 the other, because Hannon Dolby was appealing for LBW, and then it looped up towards the slip cordon, and there were cries of catch it there. It didn't go to hand, but clearly the bowler knew it was just the pad involved. Of course, it could be that Ben Duckett might just be going for another little net during the luncheon interval. That may also be a possibility.
As Hannon Dolby comes in, and Hamid gets off the mark with stylish stroke into the covers, but they'll just have to settle for 1, 2 for no wicket. Nottinghamshire, of course, a right-handed, left-handed combination, so field having to switch round if the batsmen take a single.
Essex 15 for 2 already in their second innings at Chesterley Street. It's 22 wickets already gone down in the match.
And Dolby sets off again, thunders towards us and bowls to Slater. Solidly behind this, push back up the pitch, and that's the end of the first over. The Nottinghamshire reply, 2 runs coming off it. Oliver, Hannon Dolby, Slater and Hamid have 1 run apiece, and in reply to Warwickshire's 341, Nottinghamshire 2 for no loss.
I did see I don't know if it was a tweet or a match report I was reading from that match yesterday, Durham Essex, just having a look last night. Apparently there were 11 LBWs yesterday, and it's the second most of all time on the first day of a county championship match. There was one other match where they had 13 LBWs on the first day, but 11 LBWs at Chesterley Street yesterday. And Martin Emerson, the BBC Newcastle commentator, has just put, we've now had 13 LBWs in this match out of 22 wickets. It's going to be Liam Norwell, who enjoyed himself with the bat, fun and frolics. 3 big sixes, a couple off Liam Patterson-White, 1 off Luke Fletcher, and he's going to be bowling to Asiba Mead. First ball goes through to the keeper. In about 6 minutes to 1 o'clock I make it. You'd imagine there'll be this over and 1 more from Hannon Dolby. So Nottinghamshire potentially 11 balls left to survive.
I was going to say Norwell had a 5 for here against Derbyshire on the opening day of the season, 5 for 32, 3 for 58, 3 for 48, 2 for 87, 1 for 85. His other bowling figures so far this season.
He's in again and bowls, and Hamid solidly behind it. He's looking to tick them off. 10 balls potentially left.
Lots of chatter out there, as you'd expect.
Norwell past umpire Lloyd, and Hamid's got runs here. He's got plenty on this. He angled the bat, ran it down towards third man. Should just be pulled back, and that's good work down there. There was a bit of a chase on from the slip cordon, and Sam Hain won that race down there with Rob Yates and keeps them to 2. For all the world, he would have imagined there would be at least 3 if it didn't run all the way to the rope. But that's good from Sam Hain. 4 without loss. Nottinghamshire and a Mead onto 3. Warwickshire all out for 341. Will Rhodes top scoring with 91. 5 wickets for Dane Patterson. Next ball into the pad. Looked from here, and we're not in line, and I'll stress that. Certainly looked from here as if it was going down the leg side. Yeah, maybe the fact that Hamid was wandering across his stumps sort of gave more sway to that opinion, but whatever, the umpires said no. Nicely out for 0 and 1. I think that's what he got at Trent Bridge. Next one through to the keeper, the Essex skipper. Had a brief flirtation with England a couple of summers back, Tom Westley, but then found himself back in the ranks and now skippering Essex, and he's had a miserable match up there, but I'll be hoping to at least lead his side to a victory come well, probably later on over the weekend, but outside chance that might be done today. 2-3 minutes to 1 o'clock, almost certainly the final over to be bowled by Vahan and Dolby.
From the Birmingham end, from with the City end running towards us and bowls, and Slater allows this to pass outside the off stump.
I think this is the first time I've seen it in any of the matches in this round. Off for rain at Derby. Early lunch will be taken. No, that's not at Derby, is it? That's at Worcester. Worcestershire, Derbyshire. So that will tend to blow this way, will it? Whatever weather they've got.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not, yeah. At Trent Bridge, we sort of look to see what's happening here at Edgbaston weather-wise, and we expect to get it about an hour or so later.
Alan Dolby comes in and bowls to Slater. And, wasn't tempted to have a go at that.
Yes, if you go off for heavy rain here, we know we've got no more than an hour's cricket at Trent Bridge normally when both sides home at the same time.
2 centuries for Ben Slater this season, 114 not out, 107. So Dolby turns level with the pile of sawdust at the far end, comes in and bowls, and yeah, he did get Slater having a little bit of a prod at that, but through to Burgess without Nick being taken. We'll rejoin Dave again after lunch. Thanks for his contributions so far in this opening session. Nottinghamshire 6 for no wicket. Three deliveries remain before lunch. Hannon Dolby is in to Slater. It's a big step down the pitch and allows it to pass through. Dolby is there and bowls to Slater, and that really lifted on him, but didn't get the shoulder of the bat making contact with the ball. Michael Burgess had to take that virtually at shoulder height behind the stumps. One more ball to come before lunch. Fifth slip. in there. Will Rhodes, the captain, putting himself in at 5th slip as Alan Dalby comes into Slater, and that's pushed successfully though to the onside. And that is lunch with Nottinghamshire 6 for no wicket in reply to Warwickshire's 341 all out. Entertaining first session on day 2. Do rejoin us again in around about 40 minutes time for the afternoon sessions play. And this is Rob Gurney at Edgbaston, where it's lunch on the second day of Warwickshire's County Championship match with Nottinghamshire. The Bears all out for 341 and Notts 6 without loss in reply. A valuable final wicket partnership worth 52 between Liam Norwell and Oliver Hannon-Dolby. Norwell ended up out, including 3 huge sixes, 1 off Luke Fletcher, 2 off Liam Patterson-White, and Hannon-Dolby struck 5 fours in his innings of 26. Dane Patterson finished with 5 for 90 for Nottinghamshire, so the Bears all out for 300.
Sussex was their first innings dismissed to 175, and the Nottinghamshire in reply 195 for 8. At New Road, the match between Worcestershire and Derbyshire. Worcestershire in their first innings were dismissed for 421. Derbyshire Huggins and themselves. At the county ground, Leicester, the match between Leicestershire and Middlesex. Middlesex was dismissed to 295, and the lunch in reply of Leicestershire on 21 for 3. At the Oval, the match between Surrey and Gloucestershire. Surrey in their first innings and lunch are 363 for 7. And finally, the Roses match at Old Trafford. Yorkshire dismissed to 159, and in reply at lunch, Lancashire at 150 for 1.
There's the bell you probably heard on our effects microphone in the background as the players prepare to come back onto the field for the second session on day 2 of this LV Insurance County Championship match here at Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. Warwickshire all out for 341 and Notts 6 without loss in reply, having negotiated 3 overs before lunch to get to 6 for no loss. I'm Rob Kearney from BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR, and Russell Warren and Graham Lloyd, the 2 umpires, take the field. Dave Bracegirdle's also here from BBC Radio Nottingham, and very much looking forward to this afternoon's play, Dave.
Very much, yes. Nottinghamshire negotiating those 3 overs before the break. 6 without loss, Slater and Hamid, the usual opening partnership. I've been banged to rights by Tom Holcroft, the Notts media man. No, he's helped me out here because I did just query the regulations before lunch, and speaking to Tom, because it is an external injury, i.e. in this particular case Ben Duckett, a hand or a thumb injury, Ben would be able to bat anywhere in the order provided he's fit to do so, regardless of the amount of time he spent off the field. If it had been something along the lines of a pulled hamstring or whatever, it's a different story, but an external injury, you can bat anywhere in the order, even if you've taken time off the field as Duckett did. So if he's fit and raring to go, and as I said, it did appear as if he'd got his pads on, sort of sat in the little window there looking on as if he was ready to go in at number 3, then you'd imagine he's fit to play a full part, which, if it happens, is good news for Nottinghamshire. Of course, they'll be hoping that he and nobody else will be required, but this is going to be a challenging little period. We always say that, don't we? A tricky little session ahead, but certainly is. Warwickshire have got runs on the board. 341. They got there with a great deal of help from their last pair, putting 52 on. It was a very entertaining partnership from their perspective. Liam Norwell hitting 3 sixes, finishing 30 not out, and Oliver Hannon Dolby last out for 26. Here is Liam Norwell, and would you like to do the honours?
Okay. That's fine, Dave, thank you. Yes, at the pavilion end, Norwell's in and bowls, and that's a nice little loosener, and Hasib Hamid crashes that away to the cover boundary for 4 runs, 10 for no wicket, Nottinghamshire.
It would seem that Hasib Hamid, like us, has had a good lunch. We've don't they say fish is good for your brains or some nonsense? One of the old,
we're about to disprove that theory, I suspect.
It is one of the old wives' tales.
Yes.
That eat your fish, it's good for your brains, or something they used to say. My grandma used to say it back when the world was black and white.
Yeah, had a little bit of fish and chips and a few mushy peas
Very
upstairs.
nice, very nice. Always nicely looked after here at Edgbaston.
As Norwell comes in, and that's a lot better delivery, right on the money. And Hamid seeing it up to Rhodes.
And I was very careful to discard of the remnants afterwards, because I learned that Birmingham is going to be cleaned up. Keep Birmingham clean seems to be the motto. You're bringing in congestion charges and all sorts of things, I learned.
That's right, yeah, the clean air zone. We've heard about very little else recently as Norwell comes in again and bowls to Hamid, and that lifting delivery that Hamid safely negotiated into the offside square of the wicket for no run.
Is this why everyone I see is on a scooter now? Not a scooter,
skateboard.
Well,
Possibly,
they're like
yes.
scooters, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's the inner ring road is where the clean air zone is coming in. That's next Tuesday, 1st of June that starts, and £8 a day if your vehicle doesn't comply. As Norwell comes in again and bowls to Hamid, who turns this away the onside. There's going to be overthrows here as Craig Miles, shy at the stumps, was off target by some distance. Milan backing up, but not before they'd come through for overthrows. 12 for no wicket. Hamid onto 11.
Well, Ben Slater, he's run 3 effectively because he ran so far past the stumps at the far end. Hamid knew it was an overthrow, so he just made it back to the other end. But Slater, he really did have a long way to go. You know, you always tell kids, don't you? You only need to go as far as the crease, ground your bat, and then run back the other way.
Norwell's there again, and bowls to Hamid. That's edged along the ground, and there'll be runs here. It's a long chase for Sam Hain down to third man, but he's done well. Second time in this Nottinghamshire innings today that's been a long chase to that part of the ground, but has saved a couple of runs there as Hain, and Hamid onto 13, 14 for no wicket. Nottinghamshire.
They're in a bit of a hurry. 8 runs already, and we've only had 5
deliveries.
balls.
Yes, since lunch. At Sport BBC WM, at Brace Cricket on Twitter if you want to send us a message. Norwell there again, this time edged by Hamid, but safely into the ground again. Doesn't pierce the slip cordon on this occasion, and that's the end of the opening over after lunch. The 4th of the Nottinghamshire innings, and 14 for no wicket is the score, with Hamid on 13, Slater on 1.
The official county championship Twitter feed has just tweeted an England recall on Wednesday. Now he's batting in the county championship. Click the link to watch Asib Hamid right now. Yes, he's away on 13. Asib Hamid. Ben Slater only the one single so far. This morning we had 97 runs and 4 wickets, so a very full session. It was certainly the session that's featured the most runs in the match so far, and of course we had 10 minutes less because of the change of innings. There's OHD bowling to Ben Slater. Let's just go through to the keeper, Oliver Hannon-Dolby. Remember at Trent Bridge, I think it was Richard with Richard Wilford rather than with you. Richard did the first 2 days.
Yes, he did.
We had a scenario there where Oliver Hannon-Dolby was bowling to Liam Patterson-White, and with the listeners and the viewers' help, we just about came up with I think in the end a decent 7 or 8 aside double-barreled name, the Daniel Bell Drummonds and the Tom Kohler Cadmores of this world, as Hannon-Dolby bowls again to Ben Slater, and this goes through to the keeper. There's not that many double-barreled players around right now in the domestic game. In fact, I think we had to rope in Nathan Coulter-Nile as our overseas, and Ebony Rainford Brent as the team manager.
Finn Hudson-Prentice, isn't there, at Derby?
He made it. He nailed down one of the slots. We only got to about 7 or 8. That's even with Ebony managing the side. Next ball is pushed into the offside by Slater, and there's no run. It's just a little grey overhead. We did mention just before we went to lunch that they'd gone off slightly early there at New Road, which isn't a million miles away from here. And also a thing to report on from New Road is that just before lunch, Ed Barnard was out for 9. I think is that 4 or 5 players in the 90s dismissed in this round of matches. There's Hannon Dolby from the Birmingham end, bowls and goes through to Michael Burgess. 14 without loss.
Pre-recorded interview going on in our ears, but there we are. We're professionals, Dave. We'll soldier on. That's what we were just talking about. This is our political reporter of WM's political reporter, Kath Stan Cheshan, doing some voice-over work.
Alan Dolby. Those huge tarpaulins behind him at the far end of the ground. Bowls to Slater. Can't get this one away. Ball nudged to point. It remains 14 without loss. They have started. In fact, they're still off at New Road. Worcestershire 421 all out. Chesterley Street, Essex 15 for 3 in their second innings. Group 2, Leicestershire 22 for 3 at the start of the afternoon, replying to Middlesex's 295. Surrey 363 for 7 against Gloucestershire. The Roses match goes on at Old Trafford as Slater is going to get a run here. Misfield by Milan. At point, they come back for a couple of runs. 16 without loss. Lancashire 154 for 1, replying to Yorkshire's 159. And at Hove, Sussex 175 all out yesterday. Northants 196 for 8.
So 16 for no wicket, Hamid 13 and Slater on 3. Liam Norwell 2 12 runs. As Norwell comes in and bowls to Hamid, and that's left alone by Knott's opener through to Michael Burgess with the gloves. Now all about this by the time Kath's finished. Birmingham clear air zone. Here's Norwell on the way in and bowls to Hamid, and followed down leg side, and Michael Burgess with a strangled appeal along with the bowler as Hamid goes for a walk. Well, 5 for 32, his best figures of the season. As Norwell's there and bowls to Hamid, who lets this one go. Be off to Lords at the conclusion of this match to join up with the England squad for the New Zealand Test Series.
We also did a Facebook Live with the council answering your questions. You can watch it again on our BBC Radio WM Facebook page.
Norwell back to his mark. Runs away from us and bowls to Hamid. There's a little bit of a fish at that as he takes a stride down the pitch. Somebody shouts, "It's your length," to Liam Norwell. sets off from us, is there and bowls to Hamid, and straightforward leave this time.
Hamid's maiden first-class 100 came against Warwickshire back in 2016, his first full year in the game at Old Trafford. Scored 103 on that occasion, averages around about 30 across his career against Warwickshire. This is his 6th game against the Bears. Only played here twice before at Edgbaston, highest score of 27, so no great fond memories from this ground yet.
And Norwell's in, and that took Hamid up, but he manages to get something on it. And the end of Norwell's over. 16 for no wicket. Hamid on 13, Slater on 3. 341 Warwickshire were bowled out for, so Nottinghamshire 325 behind still. Norwell and Hannon Dolby had fun. 52 for the last wicket, taking Warwickshire from 289 for 9 to 341 all out, after they lost Briggs for 7, Miles for 2, Lamb for 67, Hannon Dolby last out. Now he's bowling, he made 26.
This next ball's clipped away on the leg side by Ben Slater, moves him on to 5, 18 without loss. 95th match of Ben Slater's career in first-class cricket. Joined a very select group of just 2 last year when he went on that short loan spell with Leicestershire. We had a bit of a look at players certainly in living memory, and basically anybody else we could sort of find. And then Dolby comes in to bowl to him. Nice looking shot by Ben Slater through the offside. Couple of runs here to the left-hander. They'll settle for that. No, we're going to go for 3. Slater initiated all the running and calling there. Comes back for a 3rd, so he's on to 8. 21 without loss. It would appear that AJ Harris, Andrew Harris, lower order batsman but predominantly right arm medium fast seamer, the only other player anybody could sort of come up against or find that had represented the 3 East Midlands sides, Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire and Leicestershire, before Ben Slater and his little loan spell last year. It was an unusual one, 2 matches away with Leicestershire. He scored a career best 172 in the first, and in the second he got a pair. Quite from one extreme to the other. Exactly. And then Dolby bowls to Hamid. He lets this go through to Michael Burgess, who was dismissed for just 3 last night. Slater's best against Warwickshire 68. He's also only played twice here before. That 68 was here on this ground for Derbyshire in 2018, but of course he scored a century here for not a one-dayer in the Royal London One Day Cup in 2019. Fond memories of that particular innings, but he got injured a match or 2 later. Just goes through to the keeper and missed the rest of the group stages and the quarter-final match down at Taunton. Or was it the semi-final match down at Taunton? 21 without loss. In 2019 it was at Trent Bridge. Notts have played Somerset so many times recently in knockout cricket, and the seasons and the matches tend to roll into each other. 21 without loss, but yeah, a century here for Notts in the Royal London in 2019. It's Hannon Dolby to bowl to Hamid, who blocks this one. Predominantly for Warwickshire fans. If you've heard a little bit of fuss about Asib Hamid this year, he scored centuries in both innings of the Nottinghamshire match at New Road against Worcestershire, and he's had a 94 as well against Derbyshire. So he's found a little bit of form. Nevertheless, perhaps a tad surprising that the England selectors have called him up as one of the sort of the reinforcements, the backup players for the squad for the New Zealand Test. Down the leg side, taken by Michael Burgess. Okay, so I can hear it, but I can't see it. You can almost certainly hear it as well. It's pretty loud in our FX microphone.
There's an aircraft of some description flying overhead. No real problems with the light, but we can see there's kind of landing lights on the cranes and buildings in Birmingham city centre, the telecom tower. Red lights quite bright.
This is a bit gloomy, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think they did say there'd be the odd shower crossing the country. You were, by and large, I think, considered unlucky if you got one, and I don't think it's likely to last for too long if there is a little bit of rain in the area.
3 overs, 1 maiden, not for 12 for Norwell, who's in, and bowls to Slater. Nibble at that. It beat the outside edge through to Burgess. 29-year-old Liam Norwell spent 8 seasons with Gloucestershire. Contracted to Warwickshire for another couple of seasons after this one.
I'm sure Lee's he's trying to draw me in here. Afternoon, Dave, enjoying the comms. You're doing yourself a disservice. Pretty sure you ended up in double figures with the double-barrelled side.
As Norwell comes in and bowls, and Slater turns this one away for a comfortable 2 to the onside. Chase out there for Matt Lamb.
I'm not going there, Lee. I'm not going there again. It did occupy quite a period of time. It's 2 o'clock. I'm going to update Radio Nottingham instead.
Okay, Dave. Well, welcome Dave back in a few moments. Now I'll be doing likewise for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR listeners. Norwell is in and bowls, and that's left by the left-handed Slater. Norwell back to his mark. He's in and bowls to Slater. Rhodes comes in to do the fielding. Top scorer in the Warwickshire innings with 91, Will Rhodes. Matt Lamb's 67, Sam Haynes 61. And then that flourish at the end with Norwell 30 not out and Alan Dolby 26. Norwell's there and bowls to Slater, and that's excellently cut off on the dive by Will Rhodes. That looked like a boundary from the second it left Ben Slater's bat, but diving stop by Rhodes. In again, and that's pulled away, but more successfully by Hamid, although it won't quite have enough legs to reach the boundary in front of the hobber cover. Instead, Matt Lamb hurls it back into the stumps, and that's the end of the over. 26 for no wicket. And Dolby to continue from the Birmingham end. And this is Rob Gurney at Edgbaston, where we've had about 20 minutes or so's play since lunch on the second day of Warwickshire's County Championship match with Nottinghamshire, and Notts are 26 for no wicket. Hasib Hamid, who's off to join the England squad at the conclusion of this match. He's made 13, as has his opening partner Ben Slater. So Notts 315 in arrears after Warwickshire were all out for 341. 3 sixes in his innings of 30 not out from Liam Norwell, and 5 fours, including successive boundaries by Oliver Hannon-Dolby, to take Warwickshire to their third batting bonus point off the final ball of the 110th over. Hannon-Dolby last out for 26. In reply to Warwickshire's 341, therefore Nottinghamshire are 26 for no wicket. Hannon-Dolby sends one past Slater's outside edge, but he wasn't interested in playing a stroke to that one. Just left it alone. Watch a flag fluttering in the slight breeze at far end of the ground, and Dolby in, and no stroke offered once more by Slater. Through to the gloves of Burgess. Dolby back to his mark near the pile of sawdust at the far end. In he comes, but that's played by Slater. Dabbed down for a comfortable 2 runs. Peter Milan coming in to do the fielding, so Notts going along quite nicely here, Dave, at the start of their innings.
Shh, I know what you're trying to do.
No, I'm not.
Yes, they tend to sort of go along at a similar sort of pace. Slater 15, Hamid 13.
Dolby there again, and bowls, and slightly uppish from Slater, but Milan tumbles in the covers to backward point really to do the fielding.
And of course that was epitomised at New Road when they put on 236 together on the last day to ensure the draw against Worcestershire. 236 unbroken, and they both finished 114 not out. It's I think some statistician somewhere came up with the figure that it was the sort of the highest partnership where both had finished on exactly the same score. Some bizarre sort of stat along those lines.
And Dolby is there, final ball of the 9th over and his 5th, no wicket for 11, and that's the end of the over. 28 for no wicket. Nottinghamshire, it's 313 in arrears, with Slater on 15, Hamid on 13.
Tim Bresnan's been getting himself ready for the last 5 or 6 minutes, and he's going to be first change, replacing Liam Norwell. Still reigning at New Road. Worcestershire 421 all out. Derbyshire may need to wait by the rain before they can begin their reply. A couple of players out in the 90s in that Worcestershire innings. Jack Haynes for 97, Ed Barnard for 90. So Tim Bresnan, who I first remember playing against Nottinghamshire as a 16-year-old in a one-day match at Trent Bridge for Yorkshire, round about the turn of the say. Got number 3 on his shirt. Bowls right arm medium pace, lost a little bit of the the zip from years gone by, but of course what has been stored is a wealth of experience. He's been around the block a time or two. Very, very capable performer. Missed out with the bat, and like with most all-rounders, there's an opportunity here to shine with the other discipline. This one's chopped down into the slip cordon, and there's no run. Rob Yates doing the fielding. Bresnan born in Pontefract, home of the cakes. 36 years. They're the licoricey ones, aren't they, the Pontefract cakes? Is that right?
Is it? I don't. Yeah.
Pontefract cakes,
Possibly.
I think so.
Somebody will tell us.
Played 23 tests, Tim Bresnan, 85 one-day internationals for England. Played over 200 first-class matches, over 560 first-class wickets, and this is his 17th first-class appearance against Notts. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. And you'd imagine he'd have missed a few over the years as well with England call-ups. Taken 54 wickets against Nottinghamshire over the years at an average of 26 apiece. And of course endeared himself to Warwickshire supporters by getting them over the line in the match at Trembridge earlier this year with an unbeaten 68. Bowls, and that one just jagged back sharply. Surprised there wasn't more of a shout, but there wasn't, and it remains 28 without loss.
Yeah, into his second year of his 2-year contract, and so I tweeted out yesterday to say that nice to play in front of the members for the very first time. And say 1,808, I think, was the official attendance yesterday.
It's Bresnan in and Bowles, and this goes through to the keeper. Did we touch on it yesterday? Was there a day last year when it was used as a trial where the members did come?
I think it was, and
has he forgotten that one? Or doesn't he count that one?
I don't know. I can't from memory. I don't even know whether he was involved that day. But yes, it was one of these trials that ended up being cut short, I think.
Bresnan, Bowles, and Hamid solidly behind it. Of course, this is a little mini Roses battle. Former Yorkshireman, former White Rose Bresnan, bowling to former Red Rose Lancashire player Asib Hamid. End of the over. Asib Hamid is on 13. Ben Slater is on 15. And just quickly, news from elsewhere. Hashim Amla continues. He's 150 not out. And Essex have lost a 4th wicket at Stilly Street. They're 53 for 4, leading Durham by 136.
It looks like Ethan Brooks on 12th man duty for Warwickshire today. Henry's younger brother. Just come out with the hand sanitizer.
Is he the number 11 we've seen at a time? So you can just make it out under his...
77, I think.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's 77.
It probably is. Sometimes those 11s have a little bit of a flourish on the top, don't they?
Under his high-vis bib.
Yeah.
As Hannah Dolby starts a new over from the Birmingham end, and left alone by Slater through to Burgess.
I'm sort of prying through his high-vis bib, just trying to see the number, just to see if I could see the name, which I couldn't, but I thought I could make out 11. But yep, 77 will do the job. 28 without loss. A day where, you know, however well they go, Nottinghamshire will be behind at stumps, but what state will the innings be at 6 o'clock or 6:30 more likely when we finish?
And Dolby's there, and bowls to Slater, who tries to turn this away through mid-wicket. Craig Miles does the fielding.
That's assuming they're able to bat through the day, of course, and anyone who force any ill will upon them, but you know, even if they have a good day with that, they're still going to be in arrears. They're not going to score at a sufficient rate where they're going to have more than 340 odd on the board.
No.
They'd like to be in a position where they're not that far behind and can push on tomorrow morning, though.
As Hannah Dolby comes in again and bowls to Slater and chops this one down, and it avoided the stumps.
Yeah, consider yourself a little fortunate there if, as you say, you chop it down into the ground and it goes straight through to the wicket keeper, and in between leaving your bat and reaching the keeper, it doesn't disturb the furniture. So he was a bit lucky there.
Rather fortunate, but he survives. Slater. 3 slips, Bresnan, Hayne and Yates. Yes. And Dolby sets off, moves in and bowls, and up to mid-on for no run.
Did mention at the last match at Trent Bridge, the Nottinghamshire Heritage team put together a lovely little video about these troubled times, I think we can call them. It's called Cricket and COVID. You can find it on the old YouTube channel, put together by the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club Heritage team. Cricket and COVID to look out for. Just a nice little video. A lot of people talking about how COVID has gone through to the keeper, how COVID has impacted their life, their relationship with cricket. You know, obviously the frustrations felt by people who haven't been able to play, haven't been able to contribute to their local clubs as a volunteer in many ways.
Yeah.
You know, the scorers, the tea ladies, the supporters, the ground staff, and whatever. The professional game, of course, those that were missing Trent Bridge and whatever. It's a lovely little video, and you know, if you get the time, you know, can I, you know, just encourage you to have a bit of a look at it.
As Hannah Dolby comes in and bowls the final ball of his 6th over, and it's a dot against his name in the scorebook. As 28 for no loss is the Nottinghamshire score at the end of that over, with Hamid on 13, Slater on 15.
I know, you know, we've said many times we've been very privileged to be able to get into sports arenas and watch cricket or football or whatever it may be over the last 12 months, and I know a lot of people have been very jealous, very envious that you know, they've not been able to get in and see live sport. Really important facet for a lot of people's lives as Bresnan starts a new over, bowling to a seed. I say that last week, the first 2 days at Trent Bridge, I think people were saying, no, if this is live sport, you can keep it, because it was absolutely frozen the first day, and we didn't have probably altogether an hour's cricket. I think there were about 4 stoppages, and then of course last Friday no play at all. 28 without loss. That was at Trent Bridge. This one's defended. You
was at Chelmsford. Yeah, there
was a crowd in there, wasn't
there? There was, yeah, a few hundred. But again, on the first day, we saw 2 pretty complete sessions, and then the third one was all but washed out by the weather. But yeah, people were absolutely freezing to death. It was only about 8 or 9 degrees down at Chelmsford, and there were still hardy souls freezing themselves to death watching the cricket.
Bresnan still to concede a run, and Hamid solidly behind it, defends, once again remains 28 without loss. Essex have lost another wicket. Michael Pepper, who scored a career best 90 something in the first innings, 91 was it, has been dismissed second time around. Essex 53 for 5, leading Durham by 136. News and commentary on that and all the matches on the BBC Sport website and app as Bresnan bowls into the thigh pad of Hamid. 28 without loss. It's usually around about the 3rd day where we start to say, well, there might just be a result today, but you just wonder about Chesterley Street, don't you? 25 wickets have gone down in that one. Put it beyond Durham, second time around, if they can get someone like Beddingham and Eckersley. Alex Lees, fine player of course, Cameron Bancroft to stick around. 28 without loss here as Hamid blocks another one, and if Essex were to lose another game, remember they've played 1 match more than Nottinghamshire, Durham and Warwickshire, then it'd be very difficult for Essex to make the top 2, you would imagine, but likewise, if they roll Durham over cheaply second time around and win that one, then they're going to be almost nailed on for one of the top 2 spots. So a lot at stake as Hamid blocks this, and Bresnan completes his 2nd consecutive maiden and almost before the crowd get the chance to appreciate it, the scoreboard says the bowler is Oliver Hannon Dolby. They're very quick to turn. No, it's a good thing. Scoreboards being quick, it's a good thing. We do like that, and they're on the board here. The Thwaites Memorial Scoreboard. I learnt the name of it yesterday. Steve says, Cheap Steve, do you have a link to that Heritage Society video, please? I've searched, but it's not showing up. Oh. Pretty sure it was cricket and COVID, but we'll have a look while Rob's having a bit of a talk through this over.
Which is going to be bowled by Oliver Hannon Dolby from the Birmingham end. No wicket for 11 from his 6 overs 2 maidens. In he comes now and bowls, and Ben Slater allows this to pass outside the off stump. 313 behind Nottinghamshire. Handing the ball to Hannon Dolby, a little bit of a chat as he goes back to his mark just in front of the sawdust. That little skip at the start of his run up. He's full pelt now, in and bowls to Slater, who plays this out in the offside square of the wicket where Malan does the fielding, and no run. Breath of wind. The flag opposite is directly away from us just at the moment. Hannon Dolby's on his way in again and bowls, and Slater was tempted by that, but tentative prod didn't make contact. It's way into the gloves of Burgess. A little bit gloomy overhead, certainly permeating the clouds earlier in the day has disappeared. We're in shade now. Dolby comes in again and left one alone by Slater. Scores this season of 0.73, 5 and 2 against Warwickshire, 45, 114 not out, 107, 24, 14 and 15. He's 15 not out as things stand at the moment from 39 deliveries. And 2 balls left in this Hannon Dolby over. He's there again and bowls to Slater solidly. Behind this, up to Rhodes. Laid off, and there's no run. You found something there, Dave.
Yeah, it's not good. Very good me finding it on my phone from a link I've been sent, and I've tried to punch it in. Anyway, we'll have a bit of a look. Bear with me.
Ball to come then in this and Dolby over, the 13th of the Nottinghamshire innings. He's there and bowls to Slater, who turns this to the onside, but cut off before they can think about a single. So 28 for no wicket remains the score. 57 overs left in the day's play.
I'm struggling to find it. It's called Don't Catch It, I've got the link on my phone, and I click it, and it comes up. I'm just wondering if Steve Lamotti or somebody from the Nottinghamshire Heritage team or the media department's got a link that we can tweet to put out there. It is still live, but I can't find it on YouTube at the moment. Trying to watch the cricket and find it as Bresnan comes in and bowls to Hamid. It's called Don't Catch It, but we'll trying to it without loss, so bear with me, Steve, and one or two others asking after it. Slater 15, Hamid 13. Bresnan has dried the runs up from this end. This is his third over down the leg side. Hamid not interested.
Bit of chitter chatter out there. Again, that little sort of hum of spectators around the ground.
Tim Bresnan once more. Balls to Hamid. Very much is a case once again with Asib Hamid here of thou shalt not pass. He's determined to block everything, leave anything alone wide of the stumps. Doing a good job here, of course, not just for himself, his partner in the team, but Ben Duckett, Joe Clark, those are to follow. Now, is the ball with Tim Bresnan or is the ball with the umpire? I think the ball's with the umpire, and Graham Lloyd has... where is the ball? Graham Lloyd has wandered over there, and he's looking skywards, actually.
Bresnan's got the ball because he's shining it on the...
He is, I can see it now.
Trousers, yeah.
I just wonder if they're going to go off. So is there a little bit of rain in the air? Rob, I can't...
No, I'm looking.
Make it with the naked eye. I'm looking at the scoreboard. They seem to be looking, which is always frustrating for us, they seem to be looking overhead behind us, but the ground staff were out there by the hover cover, and we are going to get a little bit of a break here. 28 without loss, and let's just hope it is, as they said earlier, just the odd shower that will pass through the region this afternoon, but won't stick around. Can't see anything threatening at all, and you'd imagine if it was just light, you'd pop the floodlights on first of all, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking, peering into the trees, because you could normally tell the scoreboard end, but
I think it must be rain rather than light.
Yes.
The floodlights on.
You can hear the hover cover in the background as it's hauled onto the square. So 25 past 2. First interruption in this match on the second day, with Nottinghamshire 28 without loss, replying to Warwickshire's first innings total of 341. So hopefully this will be a short interruption, but as the hover cover's turned off, we can hear ourselves think again. But that is the situation. The umpires have decided that the players need to go off, and we will therefore resume when play does, whenever that will be. But from Rob Gurney and Dave Bracegirdle for the moment, it's cheerio.
Ladies' course, another match taking place around the country whilst we're waiting for the rain to start. First of all, starting at Chester Street, the match between Warwickshire and Essex. Essex 182 and 66 for 5, Durham 99. Essex lead by 149 runs with 5 remaining. At the campground code, the match between Sussex and Northamptonshire. Sussex leads to 175, Northamptonshire require a currently 245 per 9. At New Road, the match between Worcestershire and Derbyshire. Worcestershire dismissed to 421. Derbyshire having just commenced their drive on road for that loss. At Campground Leicester, the match between Leicestershire and Middlesex. Middlesex dismissed to 295. Leicestershire require a currently 42 to 6. At the Oval match between Surrey and Gloucestershire, Surrey won the toss and elected to bat and are currently 396 to 7. And finally, the Roses match at Old Trafford, Yorkshire dismissed to 159. In reply, Lancashire are currently 195 for 1.
And this is Rob Gurney here at Edgbaston, where there's been a frustrating around about 40-minute delay now because of very light rain, but sufficient to force the players off the field on the second day of the county championship match between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. A shame, because in the first session 97 runs were scored and 4 wickets were taken, Warwickshire reaching 341 all out with a real flourish at the end. A 52-run final wicket partnership between Oliver Hannon-Dolby for 26 and Liam Norwell for 30 not out, including 3 sixes. Hasib Hamid and Ben Slater, the 2 Nottinghamshire openers, have been largely untroubled in the 13.3 overs that have been possible. Nottinghamshire's reply: they are 28 for no wicket. They trail then by 313 do nots, but the players off the field due to light rain at the moment.
Gracias. sit there. You'd sit there, Simon.
If you're still with us, this is from BBC CWR at Edgbaston, where just over an hour's play, including tea now, has been lost after the players were forced from the field at about 2:25. Very light rain. Happy to say players are now back on the field. And the announcers say Tim Bresnan still has 3 deliveries of this over to bowl from the pavilion end, immediately in front of us. Hasib Hamid and Ben Slater on their way out to the middle. And conditions quite a lot brighter. It was very light rain. The darkest that the skies have been so far in this match, in the second session on day 2, the last hour or so. But a lot brighter scene now at Edgbaston. And Tim Bresnan to continue. To concede a run in his 15 deliveries he's sent down so far. And we're about to get underway again as Bresnan comes in and bowls, and Hamid sees that very early, crashes it away through the covers for 4. Take him on to 17 and the total to 32 for no wicket. Warwickshire dismissed for 341 in the end this morning. Losing today, Briggs for 7, Miles 2, Lamb 67. Bresnan's there again, and this time a tumbling stay by Milan cuts that one off. Yes, Lamb 67, Norwell finishing 30 not out. Olihan and Dolby the last to go for 26. The last 2 put on 52. 3 huge 6s in Norwell's innings. Bresnan's there again, and that one right on the money. And Hamid plays it into the offside, and there's no run. So 32 for no wicket. Hannon Dolby, 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 11. He's going to pick up the cudgels at the Birmingham end, way in the distance, to the left-handed Slater. It's allowed to pass outside off stump by the Nottinghamshire opener. So a possible 52 overs still remaining in the day. Dave Bracegirdle's settle into his seat next to me. It's going to be a very, very long final session, David, isn't it?
It is. I'm just glad we came through the storms okay.
Yes, there wasn't that much moisture in the air, was there, to be fair, as Helen Dolby motors towards us and bowls to Slater, and that's punched away, but very athletic tumbling stop at backward point by Peter Milan.
I just wondered if it was the windows playing tricks with her eyes. So I went and stood outside on the gantry there, and I don't know. Very localised rain you have here in Birmingham. It must have been just falling on the 22 yards between the sticks out in the middle.
Well, it was the lightest of light rain. I mean, there were 2 or 3 brollies up around the ground, but anyway, Helen Dolby's in and bowls, and Slater lets that one go. So yes, including the tea interval, we were off for about an hour and 5 minutes. I made it. So
I'm not sure exactly how many overs we've lost, but we've lost a few, but we've got plenty left to enjoy.
Only 4 or 5, I think. So this is going to be a very long last session. 2. Some Robin cricket hopefully to come within it. As Helen Dolby sets off and bowls to Slater. Isn't required to play a stroke, just watches that go over his off peg and through to Michael Burgess. Emergency service activity on the Pershore Road behind us. And Dolby comes in, and that is cracked away. He's found the gap this time, Slater, and that will race past Milan at backward point and all the way to the fence for 4. Takes him on to 19, and the total to 36 for no wicket. 305 behind Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, I came out the ground last night and I could hear hear a siren, but couldn't see anything, and ambulance very nearly took me out on the first crossroads here. It just literally went straight through Reds. It's a good job I'd sort of got my wits a little bit about me, but certainly couldn't see it. On a crossroad there's lots of tree-lined roads there, aren't there? It's very difficult to see if it's coming, and you hear the noise, but you're not sure which of the 4 directions it's coming from.
As Helen Dolby's there again, and this one allowed to travel outside the off stump by Slater. End of the over, 36 for no wicket, Hamid on 17, Slater 19.
Just before they went off for rain, I was talking about something that had been put together, a video on YouTube by the Notts Heritage team called Cricket and COVID. In fact, I think it's actually called Don't Catch It, but I did during the stoppage find the link. I've retweeted it at Brace Cricket. 1 or 2 people have watched it, and hopefully have enjoyed it. As Bresnan comes in, bowls, and cut away again by Hamid. He's really tucking into Bresnan in this little mini session straight after the restart. You remember Tim Bresnan bowled 15 dot balls before he went off for that stoppage, and since he's come back, Hasib Hamid has decided to treat it like a one-day game, and Notts are on to 40. But I did receive a message from Steve Lamotti, who runs the Heritage team there. It's a video. I don't know why, for whatever reason, but it's only staying on YouTube until the 31st of May, and as Steve points out, that only leaves a couple of days to watch it. So if you're going to have a look, you've got a couple of days. But at Brace Cricket, I've retweeted it. Cricket and COVID, don't catch it. A nice little piece. As this one goes through Hamid into the gloves of wicketkeeper Burgess. Obviously not centric in that the Notts Heritage team have put it together, but it applies, I think, to cricket fans everywhere. We've all sort of been through the same pandemic and had the same issues, the same lockdown, and the same frustrations at not being able to attend our local clubs, and indeed the professional game. Bresnan bowls, and Hamid just opens the face, runs it to backward point. There's no run there, so have a look at that if you think you might be interested in it. It lasts for 16 minutes, and it's going to expire or be taken down or blown up or whatever they do to videos either on or after the 31st of May. So you've got a couple of days if you want to have a little look at that, and perhaps get in touch with the heritage team if you've got some experiences of your own, as Mead again opens the face, and this time will get a run, just running it in a line towards third man, but it didn't go very far at all, and they just take a single. 41 without loss. So we've got T out of the way. Nigel Pearson, esteemed broadcaster. I presume he'll be at Milton Keynes tonight doing the darts. You'll know him, of course, because he's a West Brom fan. When I tweeted it was tea at 3:10, but that's a late lunch, and I replied it's a dart player's breakfast. I mean they do their stuff late at night.
Yes.
Yeah. And Slater guides us to backward point. I think it's it's the Premier League finals night tonight in Milton Keynes, if that's your thing. 41 without loss. This pair put 236 on together, unbroken at New Road against Worcestershire. That's the highest first wicket partnership so far this season anywhere. 41 without loss at the end of the over. So a young man come running on with number 11 on the back of his shirt, but Rob's doing his level best to convince me that says 77. You reckon it does?
I said, well, you've
do I detect?
possibly convinced me otherwise now, only because, well, I had a look through the playfair. There isn't a squad number 11 as far as I can ascertain. Anyway, I thought it was 77, but
it may well be.
Yeah.
It may well be.
You can't really tell through the high-vis bib. 41 for no wicket then. Nottinghamshire 300 exactly behind, as Hamid does a bit of digging.
In a way, it's nice for Will Rhodes, because he's been able to give Hannon an hour's break, so we're presumably we'll be able to keep him going for as long as he wants this time.
Hamid waits, and Dolby comes in and bowls and drops the bat on it into the offside. Miles does the fielding.
It's not always been an automatic choice, Oliver Hannon Dolby, but my word, he's really developed into an outstanding new ball bowler. Done a great job for Warwickshire over the years. Don't think we've mentioned Boyd Rankin, have we, this game? Or I certainly haven't, because there was only the recent news that he's now retired.
That's right, yeah.
There's some big tall lads around here.
That's right, yes. As Hannon Dolby comes in again, and Hamid leaves that alone. Yes, been in Warwickshire for 8 years now. He made his debut back in 2013.
There was some breaking news during the tea interval concerning Samit Patel, who after the blast will be going off to play in the Caribbean Premier League, and I think it's in August time. He's going to be playing for St Lucia Zouks, presumably going after the 100 as well, because I know he's part of the Trent Rockets squad.
And Dolby's there again and bowls to Hamid, who clips this away into a gap on the onside. Lamb has caught up with the ball now, but they'll come back for a comfortable 3, taking him up to 25 and the total to 44 for no wicket.
You can tell I've not read the article, can't you? Just the headlines. I'm sort of reflecting on it. I think there's a bit of a gap, isn't there, between the blast and the 100. It's maybe then when he's going. 44 without loss. He's been playing the Derbyshire Premier League for Langley Mill this season, and I know he's just reeled off hundreds in his last 3 matches, as well as picking up a bundle of wickets. Decent player in Saturday club cricket, Samit Patel.
As Hannon Dolby's there again, and bowls to Slater, who lets this one go outside the off stump.
I must admit I'd probably have lost a small wager, because I would have assumed, despite Samet saying he was giving the red ball game up and was just going to play white ball cricket for Notts, I would have had a very small wager that maybe somebody would have given him an opportunity on loan somewhere and taken Samet. He might have done a job somewhere up and down the country.
As Hannah Dolby comes in again, and that's a little bit low, but Slater allowed it to go outside the off stump.
St Lucia, not the worst of places to be based for 2 or 3 weeks.
You wouldn't have thought so.
I've not been there, but by all accounts very, very nice indeed. Mountainous, isn't it, in parts?
Alan Dolby, no wicket for 18 to complete his 9th over. He's there now and bowls, and left alone by Slater. End of the over. 17 have gone in the Notts innings, 49 still to go today, and 44 for no wicket is the Nottinghamshire total, so they are 297 in arrears.
Elsewhere, obviously a few games have moved on since we last updated the scores. Essex 152 for 5 now at Chesterley Street, leading Durham by 235, so very much in the box seat. Here's Bresnan to Hamid, leaves this one alone. He's driven Bresnan away for a couple of lovely fours through the offside since the resumption, but that one just short of a length. They're again off for rain at New Road, where Worcestershire made 421, Derbyshire 2 without loss. I think they've only had about 1 overs cricket since lunch. It's been a tough season for Leicestershire, and it continues as Bresnan bowls. Mead takes one hand off the bat but plays it down into the ground. Middlesex 295 at Grace Road, Leicestershire 100 for 7 in reply. Also in Group 2, Surrey bat on and on and on and on and on. They're 468 for 9 now against Gloucestershire. Still the first innings of that match. Lancashire in a strong position in the Roses game against Yorkshire, as Bresnan ex-Yorkie bowls to Hamid, ex-Lanky, who leaves it alone. Yorkshire 159 all out yesterday, having been 21 for 6. Lancashire 256 for 4, century for Keaton Jennings. And they're into the third innings of the match at Hove. Sussex 175, Northants 256. Sussex second time around 61 for 1, so they still trail by 20. 3:45 here in the second city, Friday afternoon, as this is played back to Tim Bresnan. Mentioned it yesterday. You know, in normal circumstances, you know, Friday afternoon you'd have people knocking off work early, or working from home, as they say, on a Friday afternoon, just coming down to the cricket and bring the laptop and sit and have a glass of something, chatting to their friends. But it's all very carefully coordinated and socially distanced. The spectators that are inside the ground, 44 without loss. They've had to fill in various forms of application and what have you to be here today, and those that are here were pretty much inside the ground 10 o'clock-ish, and I think they'll leave when the players leave. 1 or 2 last night that didn't seem to want to go. It was almost like they couldn't believe they were back here and they didn't want to spoil it. 44 without loss. Bresnan in again to Hamid, and he's got that defensive block off to an absolute tee here. End of a maiden over from Tim Bresnan, and we've had 18 overs of the Nottinghamshire innings. 3-4-1 the Bears put on the board, with 91 from Will Rhodes, 60s from Sam Hain and Matthew Lamb, who was 9th out this morning for 67, one of 5 victims to Dane Patterson.
So Hannah Dolby to continue. 9 overs, 3 maidens, none for 18. And he comes from the Birmingham end towards us and bowls, and that's chopped into the ground by Slater. Bounces up and Rob Yates runs round from third slip to do the fielding. 1 for 87, 1 for 69, 4 for 73, 2 for 35, no wicket for 56, 1 for 53, 2 for 45, 5 for 76 and 1 for 65. Ollie Hannon-Dalby's figures this season. Just took the 1 wicket at Trent Bridge as he comes in and bowls to Slater. Plays that into the covers where Briggs does the fielding, and there's no run. So yes, a 5 for against Derbyshire. That ended up being a draw because Matt Critchley and Harvey Hussain batted very well on the last day. Dalby turns and accelerates towards us again. Slater allows it to go through to Burgess.
Doesn't seem to be an awful lot of movement from any of the cranes we can see on the skyline. There's really huge building being constructed just away to our left there, and heaven knows how they get a crane that high.
Alan Dalby comes in again and bowls to Slater, turns this into the onside. Miles does the fielding.
Would you fancy that, climbing up the ladder off the top of that every day?
No, heights aren't my thing.
No, nor me,
Dave, I'm afraid. Definitely not.
Unless I'm getting a little bit of service from the what do they call them, the cabin crew.
Oh yes. Yeah, I'm all right with flying. Just heights.
Yeah.
Rats is my other phobia.
Rats?
Oh yeah.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. Just always have had a phobia about rats. Everything else is fine. Snakes, insects. I'm all right with that, but not rats. Anyway. Alan Dalby, 2 balls left in this over. Bowls to Slater, allows this to go through again to the wicketkeeper.
See, there's lots of people say, yeah, I'm alright with snakes, because we don't essentially live in an area where we're going to suddenly open the kitchen cupboard door and be confronted with a black mamba or a spicobra or some such. I think if we're in South Africa or what have you, I think I'd move.
Fair enough. Alan Dalby on his way in again and bowls, and no stroke required by Ben Slater. That's the end of the 19th over of the Nottinghamshire innings, 44 for no wicket.
Essentially the wildlife we've got in the United Kingdom are by and large small and fluffy, aren't they? Or small and furry, they're or small and feathery. They're not going to do us a great deal of harm. There's Bresnan. Brezzy lad. In to bowl to Amid, who leaves this alone. 44 without loss. Would imagine that nickname's followed him down from Headingley to Edgbaston.
I think Craig Miles doing a lot of stretching off there at mid-wicket under the floppy Warwickshire hat. We'll see him sooner rather than later, you'd have thought.
Bresnan once more. Bowls to Amid. Must be a very frustrating batsman to bowl at. He's got lots of mannerisms and histrionics, and really does like to leave it with a bit of a flourish. It's almost like he's telling the bowler, I can pretty much do what I want with that delivery. Blocks it again. There's Bresnan, has bowled a tidy line by and large to Seabermead, and does again, attacking the stumps, but there's the leave, and after he's played the ball up to mid-on, sort of a split second after, there's that extra little bit of flourish, almost extra follow-through with the bat. Works for him, and he's found a nice rhythm to his batting, and these things have been noted from up on high. After this game, we'll be joining up with England ahead of the New Zealand series. Next one's clipped away square of the wicket. It's 22 yards from stump to stump. Hamid had to make a bit of a detour there around Tim Bresnan, so he ran about 45 yards to well, not as many as that, to get in. Single. Hamid on to 26. Slater has 19, and it is 45 without loss.
No problems really for either of these two. No chances put down by the Warwickshire fielders.
Slater has 19, 3 slips behind him. Again, he leaves it alone.
Not too many false strokes either by these two. The odd play and miss, but not many.
There's a cry out there of "that's very good, Tim," from one of his teammates, I would imagine. Tim Bresnan is one of the last in the world to need a little bit of a G-up or gentle encouragement from his teammates. He knows when he's bowling well, and he is right now. He's in past Slater's bat, goes through to Burgess. On again comes in. Let's have a look. What number's that?
Now you're convincing me it's 11 now, and I am more and more convinced it's 11.
Can't quite make his name out. You haven't got a Garrett, have you? It's something along.
Well, it is, yeah, if it's George Garrett, that might be 44 then in that case. Is it 44? Ah, I think we might have cracked it,
It is,
David.
it's 44.
There you go.
It's 44.
George Garrett then. There we go. We got there in the end. It took us quite a long while.
This might be a different fella.
It might be a different fella. But anyway, that is George Garrett if it's 44. So 45 for no wicket is the Nottinghamshire total. Hamid on 26. Squad number 99. So Alan Dorby comes in, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Is there a significance behind 99, Dave, for Hamid?
He collects red balloons.
It's an 80s reference with Naina right there for you now.
He likes a stick of chocolate in
His
his
ice cream. Yeah, that was going to be my next observation.
I don't know, honestly don't know.
As Alan Dolby starts off again, runs towards us, bowls, and drops his bat on it. Hamid into the offside rather. No run.
This is the thing, you see. You know, we've sort of been kept at arm's length, understandably, over the time of the pandemic. I mean, that's not the sort of thing you'd instantly throw out there to a Seabermead, but over the fullness of time, if you're in day-to-day contact, that's like what, 99. Did you have that at Lancashire?
Alan Dolby's there and bowls, and that's steered away in the air, but beyond the dive of Miles, and all the way to the fence for 4.
So Craig Miles had got that actually. It was a wonderful bit of fielding, except he didn't get the ball.
No.
He certainly gave every impression that he had. It was a magnificent dive, and he looked to have pulled it off. And trying to peer through the windows here, I'd sort of got the break between this pane of glass and the next one, and it all happened the other side of the little gap there, the window frame. I thought he'd stopped it, but not quite.
So the 50 within sight for the first wicket for Notts here.
Strong through the leg side, Asiba Mead, but that's 3 good boundaries at least he's scored on the offside in this innings.
And Dobby's there and bowls, and there is the 50 partnership for the opening wicket. Nottinghamshire. Hamid on to 31, Slater 19. It's taken them 20 overs to reach that mark. 50 without loss. Nottinghamshire responding to Warwickshire's 341 all out. 20.4 overs in actual fact. And 291 is the deficit. Getting to the stage now from Warwickshire's point of view where they could do with dislodging one of these two sooner rather than later. Sanan Dolby moves in again and bowls to Slater, who goes down on one knee and tries an expansive shot. In the end, does well to play it up towards mid-on. Matt Lamb does the fielding. And Dolby on his way again and bowls, and that's pulled away by Slater, but picks the man out on the boundary. Liam Norwell, just a single. And the end of the Hannon Dolby over. 21 bowled in the Notts reply. 51 without loss they are, with Hamid 31 and Slater 20. Bresnan starts a new over, and Slater allows this to pass outside the off stump. Bresnan's in again and left alone by Slater. No wicket for 10 for Bresnan. Bresnan turns again in front of us and bowls, and Slater forces this into the offside. And this is Rob Gurney at Edgbaston, where after a delay of just over an hour and 5 minutes, including the tea interval, the players are back on the field with Nottinghamshire 51 without loss. On this, the second day of the County Championship match against Warwickshire, replying to the Bears' first innings total of 341. Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid, who's off to join the England squad at the conclusion of this match, are going along relatively untroubled here as Tim Bresnan comes in and bowls to Slater, and that's played nicely into the offside. Slater's on 20, Hamid has made 31, and we've still, after this over, got 45 overs remaining in the day, or 44 after this next delivery from Tim Bresnan. But But Nottinghamshire, replying to Warwickshire's 341 all out, are 51 for no wickets. That's 290 behind. Preston's there again. And this played back down the pitch by Slater. Craig Miles is giving Ollie Hannon-Dolby a bit of a rest now. And he was doing a lot of stretching in the field, and now he's going to come on at the Birmingham end. Dave back with us. As on you go, Dave, from Birmingham end.
Craig Miles into the attack for the first time, and Asiba Mead just chops it down. Would have run away towards third man, but for the intervention of Rob Yates, and there's no run. 51 without loss. Decent start this for Notts. Above all else, they've weathered the early storm, and the ball now 22 overs old. Here's Miles in again to Mead. Not sure if he was getting out of the way of that one, or he was sort of trying to get into a position to sort of uppercut it over the slip cordon. Always a little risky, unless your name's Brendan Taylor. He used to play that shot a lot during his time with Nottinghamshire. Is that a couple of the Bears' coaching staff? It is near the hover cover rather than ground staff. Seems as if the skies are much clearer now. Here's one thudding into the pad of Mead, but doesn't bring anything more than oohs and ahs from the Warwickshire slip cordon or the bowler. This morning, Dane Patterson taking a couple of wickets for Nottinghamshire, having got 3 last night. Gave him his first 5 for, in Nottingham colours, 5 for 90 is his overall figures. Luke Fletcher getting good reward for his work yesterday. He picked up his first wicket of the innings as this has passed Mead and through to the keeper, and Liam Patterson-White ended the innings. A frustrating last wicket stand for Nottinghamshire, a very fruitful one for the Bears, of course, of 52 between Liam Norwell, who hit 3 sixes in his unbeaten 30, and Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who had a little bit of fun at Nottinghamshire's expense, making his highest score for something like 5-6 years. He was last out for 26, edging the spinner Patterson-White to Stephen Mullaney at slip. That was 341 all out. Notts had 3 overs to bat before lunch, which they negotiated, and they're still together at 51 without loss. You'd imagine there'd be more runs on the board if you didn't know the ins and outs, saying this pair came together before lunch and they're still there after tea, but we lost about half of the afternoon session with rain, which can only be described as well, either very light or non-existent or isolated.
And microclimate.
51 without loss. Miles bowls, Mead gets behind it, pushes it back to Craig Miles. End of the over, 51 on the board. Miles begins with a maiden. Tim Bresnan's dried things up at this end. He's been hit for a couple of boundaries by Asiba Mead, but 7 overs, 4 maidens, none for 10.
Look, we're both right. What I'm pointing out now, look, there are two 12th men on the field. One is 44, and that is Ethan Brooks behind him 77. So there you go.
Very
Two
good.
different players, two different numbers.
Very good.
So we were. Well,
I wondered how long it
both
would take you
right.
to realise. There's Bresnan.
And it's played to the onside by Slater up to mid-on as he comes in from the pavilion end down beneath us. That's the start of his 8th over, 4 maidens, no wicket for 10. Slater almost got a top edge to that. He went to pull and then at the very last second thought better of it. Through to Burgess. As Dave was saying earlier, Tim Bresnan making a significant contribution with the bat at Trent Bridge at the end of April. 68 not out, guiding the Bears to that successful pursuit of 333 to win on the final day. It still had 3 wickets in hand. Here he comes again, in and bowls to Slater. Allows this to travel through to Burgess. Now something kind of came up off the pitch there in Bresnan's delivery stride, which made me think for a fraction of a second he'd dropped the ball, but he hadn't. Something.
Just maybe a bit of soil
Yes.
off, come out of his one of his studs.
So he turns and moves in again and bowls, and Slater drops the bat on that and watches it as it bounces up in front of his face and then back onto the pitch.
He's a Leeds United man, isn't he? And he
Oh, very much so,
came up
yes.
and blazed his penalty wide just then. The ball came back to him and he kicked it towards the stumps, hoping that Slater had wandered out of his ground.
His best figures of 3 for 48 were also in the Notts match at Trent Bridge earlier this season.
A couple of the Notts fast bowlers, Luke Fletcher and Sack Chappell, wandering around the boundary as they found somebody to talk to over there.
Bresna's in again and bowls to Slater, who punches this into the covers but picks the man out, so there's no run.
Now it's sort of a no autographs and no selfies policy right now, for understandable reasons. I know they'll both be a little frustrated with that, particularly Luke, because he's got any number of autobiographies that he wishes to personally sign for people who've bought it.
So Bresna's in, and there's a strangled appeal there from Bresnan to end that over. 51 for no wicket. All right in thinking that Luke Fletcher autobiography is a Dave Bracegirdle collaboration.
Oh, I just put the great man's words together and read them to him.
I'm sure that's well worth a read. You may as well plug it now we're on the subject. Dave, come on, don't be shy.
Tales from the Front Line, it
There you
is.
go.
There's copies available absolutely everywhere, but there's a great pile of signed ones all ready to be sent to you at the at Trent Bridge, the Trent Bridge shop. If you order one online there, you'll get a signed copy. It's a bit of fun. It's a fun read. Here's Craig Miles in and bowls, cut away nicely by Hamid, but again he's picked out the fielder out there. Left-handed throw or a left-arm throw. Are we going Danny Briggs? Who's that out there?
He used to turn this way, I think it might. Briggs? Might well be. Yes, it is, I think. Yeah.
It was essentially the throw that convinced me. One more to Hamid. He's on 32. Slater on 20. 52 without loss. Round the wicket comes Miles to the left-handed Slater, and that one just lacking a little bit in direction, well wide of the off peg.
Yeah, he's been in and out of the Warwickshire lineup this championship season. Craig Miles, 4 for 70 is Best figures, 2 for 35, 2 for 25, 1 for 44 and 1 for 81. There's other bowling figures so far this campaign.
Let there be light
Yes,
from above.
Say the E Pac-Man. I was calling Pac-Man because they're shaped like small letter E's.
It's 52 without loss. This one's dug out, and there's no run.
Start to flicker into life around Edgbaston. I was talking about this before. For some reason I thought there were 6, but I think I did count them as an odd number.
Have we lost one?
There's 5. No, there are 5. There's 3 that side, and then 2 that we can't see either side of where we're sat.
It's a very peculiar number to have.
It is,
5, really.
yeah.
Sports ground, you either have one in each corner of a football ground, or like at Trembridge, you have 6. Next ball is pushed to backward point, and there's no run. Slater, the batsman, is on 20. On their second lap of the ground, Fletcher and it's not Luke. Yes, it is Luke Fletcher and Zach Chappell. They've they're worn out, poor old boys, so they've decided to have a bit of a flop on the hover cover.
Why wouldn't you?
Don't know what Gary Barwell will make of that. He comes out of his little hut now and sees Luke Fletcher and Zach Chappell sprawled across his multi-million-pound hover cover. Next ball driven into the offside, and they'll take a single. Slater on to 22, 53 without loss here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire.
I just thought the Trent Bridge floodlights are like giant watering can heads. That's what they remind me of.
They are to symbolise Sir Garfield Sober's 6-6s, they're cricket balls.
Oh, there we are.
If you want to see folks get upset, when you go to Headingley, as Miles is in, nice looking shot again into the offside. Hamid fell over there as he played the shot. I think they've only got one anyway. Is he okay? He's just checking his footing. Could be all that rain out there, it's made it a bit slippy. 54 without bother. If you go to Headingley and just comment on the nice clover-shaped floodlights there, they enjoy that.
It's the White Rose.
Rose.
Yes.
It's a White Rose. Howard in Buenos Aires, what's the latest on Ben Duckett? The latest is that I think we'll know more, Howard, when a wicket goes down. Apparently he can, assuming he's fit and well to go, he can bat anywhere in the order, because it's an external injury is what they call it, rather than an internal one like a muscular or a pull or some such. So when a wicket goes down, we are expecting to see him at number 3, but we won't really know until a wicket does go down.
As Bresnan comes in from the pavilion end and bowls to Hamid, and that's steered away stylishly into the gap. Milan is off in pursuit and catches up with it, and a decent pick up and throw from the South African. Hamid on to 35, 56 and no wicket. He spotted him going out for a net kind of first thing this morning, Dave, didn't you? And you thought his thumb had got some...
The right thumb was
strapping on,
either taped up or plastered. Yeah, got strapping on. Yeah.
So we'll see. And of course, we know Dom Sibley couldn't bat at Trent Bridge in the corresponding fixture because of a similar injury earlier in the season. Bresnan's there again and bowls to Hamid, who drops a bat on that and watches it trickle about a pace or two away from his stumps, and Bresnan comes in to pick it up.
Yes, in the morning you will have sort of warming up exercises, if you like, with the strength and conditioning coach, running and that sort of malarkey, and Ben Duckett was out there. He did that with all the rest of the squad this morning.
As Bresnan's in and bowls, and that squirts away. They could have possibly chanced a quick single there, but decided against it.
And then all the cricket-related warming up, the sharp slip catches that he would normally have been involved in, the shying at the stump sort of drills, the practicing the run-out drills and what have you. He didn't, but he went and put his pads on and went and had a net out of sight with Ant Boter, one of the coaches, former Warwickshire player, of course. Ant Boter.
He was.
Ball is being presented to umpire Lloyd by Tim Bresnan, and there must be something to it, because he's walking very, 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 very well. He's stopped. I was going to say he's walking very slowly towards Russell Warren. He's actually stopped in his tracks. I'm sure one of them will have that little gizmo gadget thingy-me-bob that they try and pass the ball through, just to make sure it is perfectly spherical. You often see sides doing this. I'm going to say don't blame Warwickshire in the slightest, but you often see sides doing this if they've not got a wicket after 20 odd overs. It's not swinging. Let's see if we can get the umpires to change the ball. Not suggesting any scurrilous behaviour at all. I mean, that is perfectly normal, and of course from time to time you do present the ball to the umpire to have a look at anyway, just so he knows it's all going along tickety-boo.
Liam Norwell been off part of that conversation, but we're good to go again. And Bresnan moves in and bowls, and that's pulled, or attempted to be pulled by Hamid, but didn't quite get hold of it. In the end, he's played it up to mid-on and Matt Lamb.
Tea at Chesterley Street, where Essex 170 for 5 lead Durham by 253. Half century for Ryan Tender-Scarter. Adam Witter with him as well, taking the game away from Durham.
Bresnan is there again and bowls. A straightforward leave by Hamid. It's a bit gloomy again, isn't it? Which is why the need for floodlights.
Yeah, it'd be a shame if we didn't get a complete session here. I was looking forward to today's play, seeing the game move on a little bit, see how many Warwickshire could get.
Here comes Bresnan again and bowls, and turns smartly into the onside by Hamid to Miles. That's the end of the over. 56 for no wicket. The two 12th men, Garrett and Brooks E, are on again. Slater on 21, Hamid 35. Sanitisation break in proceedings here. The umpire's having a quick conflab. Danny Briggs is close proximity as well. It's going to be Miles to continue.
Just waiting for one or two players to return, and it will be Miles from the Birmingham end. 2 overs, none for 3 so far. Lively start from Craig Miles. Whippy, right arm, fast medium, bowls round the wicket to Ben Slater, who blocks this one up to mid-on. 56 on the board. Warwickshire made 341. Having been stuck in yesterday morning by Stephen Mullaney. Notts didn't help themselves really with a couple of chances down in the morning session, but I think by the end of the day they just about got it back to parity with Warwickshire 250 for 6. Next ball on its way and past the outside edge through to the keeper. The ECB today, we at all these games now have a match referee, and there's been some more added to that list. I know Devon Malcolm, the former Derbyshire and England quick, is now a match referee, so we can look forward to seeing Devon around the county circuit. Dean Headley, another one who played for England, Kent fast bowler, and Simon Hinks. Did he used to play for? See the Kent wicket keeper, 56 without loss. Not entirely sure I've remembered that correctly. 56 without loss, but Simon Hinks is the other one that's been named in the last 24 hours. But looking forward to seeing Big Dev.
He certainly played for Kent, having looked him up, Hinks, just when you were speaking there.
Slater 21, Hamid's just stretched his advantage over his partner. He's on 35, clipped away nicely by Ben Slater, and he'll get a boundary. Nice bit of timing there, and clearly there's some Nottinghamshire supporters in the ground, because there was as large a roar as we've heard for any Nottinghamshire contribution today, really. Nice looking shot, nice bit of timing. Mentioned his little break, his little loan spell with Leicestershire last year, because the other oddity about it all, he got a career best 172 for Leicestershire against Lancashire, but the game was played at New Road, Worcester. 60 without. Miles Bowles, and he's driven up to mid-off. The week he joined Grace Road, Leicestershire, the game should have been played at Grace Road, but Leicestershire were just put into the next tier or whatever it was, and they had to hastily find another venue, and that game was played at New Road. So his career best is for Leicestershire against Lancashire at Worcestershire. 60 without loss. Miles Bowles nudged up to mid-on, no run, end of the over, and we are gradually moving towards 4:30, but as long as the light holds and the rain keeps off, still got a couple of hours cricket. 39 overs remaining, a good slab of cricket here for this game to move on a little further. We've got Bresnan out of the attack after 9 overs, none for 12. Done a very good job there for his side.
And Liam Norwell coming back on. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 17 for former Gloucestershire man.
Buy one, get one free.
That's it. Born in Bournemouth, down in Dorset on the south coast. And, a couple of practice bowls to his captain at mid-off, Will Rhodes, before moving back to his mark and running away from us at the pavilion end. Norwell in and bowls to Hamid, and straightforward leave outside the off stump. As to whether he's still got his headband on, he was wearing that for the Derbyshire match, Norwell, at the start of the season, where he got his 5 for, and he comes again and bowls. Hamid plays this into the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket.
Dane Patterson has gone over and joined Luke Fletcher and Zach Chappell. They call it FOMO. The youngsters call that the FOMO, fear of missing out. Are they talking about me? You don't usually get too much of a gap between Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. They're inseparable.
Well, comes in again, and Hamid solidly behind that. Bats close in behind his pad.
I wonder if he's either asked for or been presented without asking for it. I wonder if he's got the match ball. I wonder if it's a thing in his world to get a match ball. I know Luke Fletcher, he's taken home the match balls from his 2 recent career best performances.
As Norwell comes in and bowls, and, defended by Hamid up to Rhodes. You'd think, particularly if it's your first 5 for a county or any team, then it's worth.
If it's a thing, I mean, he's not played in this country before, and you know, you sometimes hear football clubs, don't you? You know, they sign a top striker from Italy or wherever, gets a hat trick, and then you learn afterwards, oh well, you know, it's not a thing in you know, XYZ country to take the match ball.
Norwell comes in again and bowls, and that's helped on its way by Hamid. fine past the wicket-keeper for 4. Takes him on to 39, and the Notts total is 64 for no wicket.
I mean, footballs are, you know, essentially they're nice and light coloured. They're usually white, aren't they? Let's be fair, you know, and you can get the old Sharpie or whatever it is, other felt pens are available, and get your teammates all to sign it for you. A cricket ball's a little different, isn't it? You don't really want other people to sort of sign it. You wouldn't be able to make out the names in what case, and you know, you've got to sort of mount it yourself and
put a little plaque on,
perhaps pay for a little plaque. You know, took 6 for 23 against Gloucestershire or whatever.
As Norwell comes in and bowls, and that's dabbed down through.
I wonder if it's raining again, Rob.
Might well be.
It's certainly time for me to pop next door and speak to BBC Radio Nottingham.
Thank you, Dave. It has got appreciably darker out there, and the umpires in a little bit of suspended animation for a short while. Miles continues, he's in and bowls to Slater, and that's nicely timed, and will race away from the pursuit of Will Rhodes, and all the way to the rope for 4, moving Slater on to 29, and the Notts total to 68 without loss. Back to his mark at the Birmingham end, and moves in to bowl to left-handed Slater, who plays this more circumspect fashion square of the wicket, the offside, where Point Peter Milland does the fielding, and there's no run. On the 12th man, is it? Ethan Brooks down there. Anyway, having a chat with the umpire about something. As Miles sets off again, moves in and bowls to Slater. Plays it away into the covers. There's no run. Matt Lamb doing the fielding this time. Floodlights taking more and more effect now. Glowering skies as Miles is there, and turned very fine by Slater. Down to the fence for 4 more. Second boundary of this Craig Miles over. Moving him on to 33, and the total to 72 for no wicket. What's Craig Miles' response like? We're about to find out. He's on his way in again and bowls, and that was a better delivery. Slater took a big stride down the pitch, beat his bat on the way into Michael Burgess's gloves. 269 behind Nottinghamshire, all 10 wickets still intact. This next delivery is is left alone. Yes, Clive, 72 for no wicket Nottinghamshire are at the moment, including the tea interval. We lost about 65 minutes of play this afternoon, so a long final session, still 37 overs remaining in the day, weather permitting, although the skies have darkened and the floodlights have flickered into life in the last few moments, and the umpires having a conference, and in fact at this very moment it looks like they're calling the players off. Indeed they are, as the hover cover bursts into life and is about to come on. So Nottinghamshire 72 for no wicket after Warwickshire were all out for 341 earlier. They lost Briggs for 7, Miles for 2 and Lamb for 67, but then as we heard there, Liam Norwell and Ollie Hannon-Dolby enjoying themselves with a 52-run partnership for the final wicket. Norwell with 3 huge sixes, 2 off Liam Patterson-White, 1 off Luke Fletcher on his way to 30 not out, and Hannon-Dolby the last man out for 26. And Nottinghamshire going along quite serenely, very few if any alarms for Hasib Hamid, who's shortly to join up with the England squad after this match. He's 39 not out, Ben Slater is with him on 33, but unfortunately another weather delay here at Edgbaston. 72 without loss Nottinghamshire in reply to Warwickshire's first innings total of 341 here.
Nottinghamshire batsman Ben Stoker, as the first ball of this session, Ashley Hammond.
You can probably gather the umpires and the players making their way back out here at Edgbaston after around about 25-minute weather delay. Second one of the afternoon session. We're into the evening session now, because of course we took tea early at about 3:10. So 31 overs notionally still remaining on this second day here. Rob Gurney alongside Dave Bracegirdle once again. Dave?
So they're going to start at 5 o'clock and they're all out there ready to go.
A couple of minutes too.
Yeah, 3 or 4 minutes. 2, but get on with it. There's no reason they shouldn't be playing, is there really?
No. It is quite gloomy still. The floodlights are on.
Lost a few in the crowd as well, I think.
Liam Norwell from the pavilion end. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 21. Hamid on strike, Dave.
Potentially finishing around about 7 o'clock, but you'd imagine there might just be a light issue well before then, as we start with a good lively delivery from Liam Norwell outside the off stump that Asib Hamid lets go through to Michael Burgess. The last restart we had, first ball by Bresnan, was sumptuously hammered away through the offside by Hamid, but leaves this one alone. It's good delivery from Liam Norwell. Start of his 6th over. He's leaked a few runs, but Always looked likely, and he's got a wicket. Hamid leaves it alone and loses it off. Top class bowling, poor decision making from Hamid, and Nottinghamshire lose their first wicket with 72 on the board, and Hamid goes for 39.
Yeah, just a rank bad misjudgment that was from Hasib Hamid, and delight for Liam Norwell to see the batsman's off stump cartwheeling out of the ground at the far end. 72 for 1, just the breakthrough that Warwickshire were looking for there.
Shouldn't count as it's before 5 o'clock. They said.
I'm all your optimism,
I'm
David.
only joking before all the. It's funny though, isn't it? When they said play will start at 5 p.m.
Yes.
Anyhow, it looks very much as if Ben Duckett's on his way down the steps at the far end. So lovely to see him back on the field after we said bye-bye to him about 12:30 yesterday.
Yes,
He's hopping and skipping and dancing his way to the middle, and of course his last innings in first class cricket was 177 not out against Worcestershire last weekend.
So 72 for 1. There's 2 deliveries since the resumption for Liam Norwell struck. Quick conference between Duckett and Slater. Duckett, issue with his thumb, according to Dave could see through his binoculars earlier on today. He was on his way out for a net first thing. And Norwell comes in and bowls to Duckett, who punches this into the offside. Safely defends his first ball. Back to his mark, 1 for 21. On his way in again and bowls to Duckett, solidly behind this up to the bowl. Does the fielding. Tossing the ball from hand to hand. He comes in and bowls, and Duckett again solidly behind it. And this is Rob Gurney at Edgbaston, where Nottinghamshire are 72 for 1 now, replying to Warwickshire's 341 all out. The second day of the county championship match. Another weather delay of around about 20 minutes or so has ended when Liam Norwell removed Hasib Hamid, just his second delivery after the resumption. Hamid, with a misjudgment, left it but then saw his off stump go cartwheeling out of the ground, and Norwell with the first wicket of this second innings. 1 for 21 he has. Hamid gone for 39. Ben Slater is still there with 33. Ben Duckett, who damaged his thumb fielding yesterday, is batting at number 3 for Nottinghamshire. He's yet to get off the mark, and they're 269 in arrears knots at 72 for 1. Alan Dolby on at the Birmingham end. Slater through one or two exercises to get flexible again after the stoppage. And Hannon Dolby is in and bowls to Slater, who drops his bat on that. Plays it square the wicket on the offside, or just backward of square. Milan does the fielding. And there's no run. And then Dolby, 6'7" from Halifax, back at his mark. He's on his way in and bowls. Slater guides this up to mid-on. And there's no run. In quite gloomy conditions still, with the floodlights on, having some effect in boosting the natural daylight. Roads just a little bit of sawdust down and bowler's footmarks as Hannon Dolby comes in and bowls to Slater, and that's very well cut off by a diving Milan. Backward point, certainly saved at least a couple there, the South African. Warwickshire, as Dave rejoins us, with their tails up now, having removed Hasib Hamid.
Yep, understandably so. Ben Duckett watched him closely, safely negotiated those 4 deliveries that he's faced so far. No obvious hangover from the thumb injury yesterday, only of course he will know just how much pain he is in, if any at all.
Hannon Dolby comes in again, and that's left well alone by Slater. He takes him a big step down the pitch outside the off stump through to Burgess.
Left-handed, of course. The damage to his right thumb sustained in attempting to catch Peter Milan. It was low down. It was one that he probably should have gobbled up off the bowling of Luke Fletcher about 12:30 yesterday lunchtime off the field, and he's only just made it back on. Saw him have we didn't see him have a net, but he went off for a net this morning.
And Dolby's there again, and bowls to Slater. Is this well alone too?
Can only assume there's no significant damage. Would have been so easy just to slide him down the order and have a look, especially this late in the day. Notts may well have just wondered how much more cricket we're going to get in this evening, and could have given him another night's rest, but you'd imagine he's okay, and following his century last week, wants to get out there and get in the groove.
So Dolby moves in and bowls to Slater. Straightforward leave, and the end of Hannon Dolby's over. Nottinghamshire 72 for 1, so yet to get a run since the resumption round about 10 minutes or so ago.
It's well before 5 o'clock, whenever it was.
And Hamid went to just the second delivery after the second weather delay of this day 2.
No, if you've just joined us, they told us we'd be starting at 5 o'clock. We started about 3 minutes to, and Hasib Hamid was out about 2 minutes to. Here's Norwell, who got the wicket, bowling round the wicket to Ben Duckett, who blocks this one. 2 lefties at the crease, 2 bends at the crease. 72 for 1. Hurries the batsman, Liam Norwell, pushes it through at a decent lick. Comes away from us now. Last umpire Lloyd bowls and steered down into the ground by Duckett. Nicely stopped in the gully region. It's a peculiar setup that Warwickshire have got. They've got a first and second slip, and you can perhaps say they've got then a fifth slip and a gully, or two gullies, and then a point.
Yes.
It's one of those, if the ball runs away into the gap down to third man for four, you'll just question the alignment, but if it's your day, you might just pick out one of those two gullies. That's a really good delivery through Duckett, who gives him a bit of a glare back, and nice bit of bowling from Craig Miles.
Jag back from Norwell and took Burgess's gloves.
Right now, unless things change in the next second or two, but right now, as far as I can see, playing in all 7 matches, which is good to see. They've just resumed at New Road after a lengthy stoppage there. In fact, since lunch, Derbyshire 10 without loss. Duckett clips this on the leg side, and he's still being made to wait for his first run. Essex 193 for 6 at Chesterley Street, leading Durham by 276. Leicestershire were bowled out at home by Middlesex for 136. Middlesex not enforcing the follow-on, despite being about 159, 160 in front. Middlesex batting again. Surrey all out for 473. Gloucestershire made a steady start at the Oval, 36 without loss. There's Norwell bowling, and Duckett again defends. The Roses match, Lancashire 309 for 5. Very much with the upper hand over Yorkshire, who were bowled out yesterday for 159, and Sussex 88 for 3 at Hove in their second innings against Northants. That's a lead of just 7.
Well, if we are going to get another 28 overs in, then Warwickshire potentially nick out another 2 or 3 before tonight.
Next ball pushed into the offside by Duckett, fielded by Rhodes. It's a maiden. Remains 72 for 1 as Derbyshire lose a wicket at New Road. Billy Godleman has been dismissed by Dylan Pennington. Derbyshire 14 for 1 there. I'd say I'd be surprised if we got it all in, but the sky is just suddenly, apart from right over the ground, all around us as far as we can see, is much lighter, much brighter. A real dirty smudge of a cloud overhead, but hopefully that will pass by. But again, like yesterday, there doesn't seem to be much of a breeze.
No, the Warwickshire flag is absolutely still on the flagpole next to the scoreboard opposite us as Hannah Dolby sets off and bowls to Slater, who clips this away neatly. In front of the Hollies stand, Craig Miles does the fielding. They'll take a single. Slater on to 34, 73 for 1.
A run. So they change ends for the first time, and just on the dismissal as well. You remember yesterday when I said I've rarely seen as many batsmen dismissed this season shouldering arms than in previous years, and there's another one to add to it. Asiba Mead not playing a shot and paying the price.
Yes, Liam Norwell sending his off peg cartwheeling out of the ground.
Staff are reluctant to go back inside and get the cards out. They're all hovering in the vicinity of the hover cover.
As Hannah Dolby comes in, ball to Ben Duckett, and Duckett steers this one into the offside, where Briggs at one of these almost 2 gully positions does the fielding.
That's the sort of shot that is likely to cause you pain if you have got an injured right thumb, because he was cramped for room and played it firmly down into the ground, and the right hand, obviously as well as the left, would have done a lot of the heavy lifting there.
And Dolby on his way past the umpire and bowls to Duckett, and plays this into the offside, and took his hand off the bat handle as he played that shot. wicket for 25. Lehan and Dolby, and this is 13th over, 5 of which have been maidens. He comes in again towards us and bowls to Duckett. Allows this to pass outside off stump through to Burgess. 268 behind then Nottinghamshire. 73 for 1. And Dolby, ball in hand, enjoyed himself with the bat earlier. Last man out for 26. 42 deliveries, including 5 fours, 2 of which in successive deliveries to see Warwickshire to a 3rd batting bonus point. He comes in and bowls to Duckett, who chops this over to 2 gullies and all the way to the rope for 4 runs. Get him off the mark, and the knots total 77 for 1.
It's a fairly unconventional way of getting off the mark, but as I say, it doesn't say that in the scorebook. No pictures in the scorebook. Playing away from his body, full stretch. Somehow managed to top edge it over those 2 catching gully fielders, Yates and Briggs. They're just socially distanced apart. They're about 2 metres apart, aren't they?
Dolby's there again, and Duckett raising his bat in vertical position as it all travels through to Burgess. 77 for 1 at the end of that over. Ben Slater 34, Ben Duckett on 4. Hasib Hamid, the man to go, bowled Norwell for 39.
This was the end that Dane Patterson got all 5 of his wickets from as well. 3 last night, right at the back end of the day, and a couple this morning. Was then replaced by Liam Patterson-White, who got the final wicket of the Warwickshire innings. Ben Slater doing a passable impersonation of somebody shadow dancing at the far end. Rehearses a few strokes and then is ready and eases this into the offside. A good tumbling stop. A backward point. Who's that with the floppy on? Is that Hannah Dolby?
Craig Miles.
Miles. Of course, Hannah Dolby's down at long leg. Not yet seen Will Rhodes in action, but we've had the other 4 seamers. Miles and Norwell and Hannon Dolby and Bresnan. Norwell round the wicket. Slater again happy to let it go through to the wicket keeper. Going to be a fairly intense passage of play this for Notts right the way up until the close, you'd imagine. 26 overs after this one, and 3 Nottinghamshire quicks decide to set off on another lap of the ground. Fletcher, Chappell and Patterson. Norwell bowls, Slater helps it up to Will Rhodes at the sort of a wide-ish mid-off position. Pulled off a really stunning bit of fielding in the match at Trent Bridge earlier in the season, Will Rhodes, to run out Lyndon James, who will be listed at 5 in the order. Joe Clark doing next. Got a first baller last weekend against Worcester's former county. Slater again happy to defend, and this time it's Matt Lamb doing the fielding at mid-on. Lamb 9th out for splendid 67. He was going to monopolise the strike, or just let it play out. Slater's gone after this one, pulled it away fine down to Hannon Dolby. There'll only be a single. but didn't really matter for Warwickshire because despite Matt Lamb getting out, the last pair took the responsibility to get that third back beyond, got the total up to 3-4-1. Slater went on the pull there and it went a lot finer than he intended. 78 for 1 brings Duckett back onto strike. And all round the wicket, nice and full into the pad. They're asking here, given, and Duckett goes. LBW for 4. The umpire's view, he just wandered too far across in front of his stumps. Foolish delivery from round the wicket by Liam Norwell, and he gets his second wicket of the session, and Nottinghamshire 78 for 2.
He had a long think about it there, didn't he, the umpire, but finally raised his finger, and Ben Duckett on his way for just 4. Unconventional shot over the 2 gully fielders, his only scoring stroke. 78 for 2. So the deficit 263 now. Joe Clark, day after his 25th birthday, a man from Shrewsbury, formerly with Worcestershire, of course. He's coming out to bat at 4 for Notts.
No,
No, none whatsoever. Dave.
you'd imagine if there was a crowd here inside Edgbaston, there might have been more of a reaction to the announcement of Joe Clark on his way out to the middle, but I think there's a reasonable number of Nottinghamshire fans in the ground. They did let themselves be heard with 1 or 2 of the splendid shots put away earlier by Asiba Mead. That wicket falling to the final ball of the 34th over, so Joe Clark at the non-strikers end for the time being. Ben Slater ready to line up against Oliver Hannon-Dolby.
Yeah, Slater 35 off 102 deliveries, 4 fours. He waits, and Hannon-Dolby had him having a nibble at that one. That was a very fine delivery, and Slater lucky to escape without a nick. 78 for 2. And this is nicely ebbed and flowed, this match, notwithstanding the fortunate weather delays this afternoon.
Lunch score yesterday, Rob? You recall?
Got it here somewhere.
Well, I'll tell you, Warwickshire 78 for 2.
Oh, okay. Hence the symmetry involved at this particular moment in time.
Yeah. I thought that's where you were going when you were sort of making comparisons, yeah.
Applause in the field. Warwickshire. Positive frame of mind now. After Nottinghamshire started very solidly, 72 without loss, has gone to 78 for 2. And Slater having to fetch that one, but it was well worth it because it's going to go all the way to the deep cover boundary for 4 runs.
Stickers on Joe Clark's bat, just really shining brightly, the reflection of the floodlights, obviously. But, whether it's a new bat or new stickers, I guess we'll never know. But as he was running there, it was almost like he was running with a lightsaber.
82 for 2. Alan Dolby, no wicket for 33, is on his way in again and bowls to Slater, who turns this one around the corner, and Miles can't stop it. Going over the boundary rope in front of the Holly stand for 4 more. Slater on to 43.
I don't know if you saw it any clearer than I. Well, you couldn't have seen it any worse than I, because I've got this the frame of the window. How far in its travels did that ball go in the air? How close to Miles was it? Because there was a huge groan, wasn't there, from the spectators? And I don't know if it was because he couldn't get there for the catch, or he couldn't stop it and it went for 4. But I sensed as it left the bat it was going to take the aerial route.
Yes, I think it was a chance again, and I'm looking through the wire and the plastic social distancing screen, so again not absolutely ideal for me either to anyway. 86 for 2 as Alan Dolby comes in and bowls, and that's left by Slater.
These are words that 2 years ago we never thought we'd issue in commentary, aren't they? I'm viewing it through a plastic social distancing screen.
That's it. We know why all these protocols are in place, quite rightly.
Just to keep you away from me.
It is.
Yeah.
Vice versa. Final ball of Alan Dolby's 14th over, no wicket for 37, his figures, as Slater waits on 43. That's punched up towards mid-on. Matt Lamb cuts it off, and there is no run. Liam Norwell, by the way, cuts it off. He's now taking his sweater and cap off, and Ethan Brooks has come on to take it off him.
That over did Ben Slater the power of good, didn't it? 2 boundaries, moves him on to 43, 86 for 2. The scoreboard had just stopped turning round a little bit for Nottinghamshire. Wickets going down, 72 for 1, 78 for 2. Need a stand now. And Joe Clark needs a score. I think for his own well-being. He's obviously played in all the matches. This is the 7th game for Nottinghamshire. Top scorer 66, 3 50s. But he is a better player than that, and you know, I know that's a nonsense thing to say, but he does have huge quality. Forces this out on the offside. I realised then I was sort of talking him into getting ball neck and crop, and still might do. He's still on naught, but he is an immensely talented player, and when you do see him in full flow, you wonder why he doesn't always get stacks and stacks of runs. Sort of made the same comparison earlier with Sam Hain, or was that yesterday?
Yeah.
There's Norwell, got both wickets to fall, and dug that one in nice and short, and Joe Clark says thank you very much, because it was on his thigh guard, and any top order batsman up and down the country would really be remonstrating with themselves if they couldn't just deflect that off the hip and away for runs, and Clark did that, and he's off the mark away with a single.
Yeah, scored one of his 3 half-centuries this season in the match at Trent Bridge, also 29.
Norwell into Slater, forces this out into the offside, fielded by Briggs. There's no run.
So 254 the Nottinghamshire deficit, and 24 overs still left in the day after this one. Or if things brightened up, I don't think it is the floodlights that
no, I think that's natural light.
It's natural daylight, isn't it?
Is Norwell into Slater, drives again through the offside for 4 more. Nice looking shot. course, just flicking back to Joe Clark, Slater's gone under 40-71 for 2. Of course, he got a century in each innings against Warwickshire at Trent Bridge in 2019. It was a match the Bears won, and of course Dominic Sibley scored a century in each innings as well. In fact, he got a double 100 and a match-winning 100. Quite extraordinary for one player to get 100 in each innings, let alone 2 in the same game. 91 for 2.
As Norwell continues from the pavilion end into Slater solidly behind that, and Norwell picks up off his own bowling. Shortly going to be updating BBC Radio WM listeners on proceedings here. 250 behind then Nottinghamshire. Norwell is in and bowls, and Slater up to Rhodes at mid-off, completing that over. 91 for 2. Slater 47. Clark on 1. Ethan Brooks back with Liam Norwell's cap and sleeveless sweater. And Alan Dolby to continue from the far end, the Birmingham end. Joe Clark shuffling about and bending before taking his guard. Rehearsing a defect push. In comes Helen Dolby and bowls, and shout for LBW. Strangled appeal. And Dolby just wiping his bowling hand on the pitch at the far end. A quick chat with Liam Norwell as he receives the ball back. Move, bowls to Clark, pushed back down the pitch. .91 for 2 Notts, responding to Warwickshire's 341 all out, so 250 behind, and 2 wickets have fallen since the resumption after the second weather delay of this afternoon. And however, Hannah Dolby coming in from the Birmingham end and bowling to the new batsman Joe Clark, who lets that travel outside the off stump. The 2 wickets to fall, both going Liam Norwell's way. He had Hasib Hamid bowled for 39 when Hamid offered no stroke, and then saw his off stump uprooted, and then Ben Duckett LBW for 4, the umpire having a long think about it, very full delivery before raising his finger. So Norwell with both wickets in this innings, and Nottinghamshire 91 for 2. They therefore trail by 250. Here comes Helen Dolby. Bowls to Clark, who edges that along the ground, and it's all the way down to third man for 4. Moves him on to 5, and the total to 95 for 2. Frustration for Alan Dolby to see that edged, but I say it wasn't a chance because it was all the way along the ground. No wicket for 41. And Dalby back at his mark. Moves in past the umpire and bowls, and Clark guides this up to Norwell at mid-on, and there's no run. So 23 overs and 1 ball left in the day.
Elsewhere, Eddie Howe is still on the managerial market. He's turned down the chance to be the next boss.
Dalby.
It's understood an issue around the makeup of his backroom team.
Back to the
And Britain, Simon Yates was stage 19 of
Sawdust Park, the Birmingham end.
Look at the weather for the West Midlands. Dry and mild.
Moves in, ball to Clark. Turns this neatly away, and they think about 2, but don't chance it, to the arm of Peter Milan. And the end of that Alan Dalby over. 96 for 2. Nottinghamshire 245 behind. Ben Slater within sight of a half century on 47. Joe Clark recently joining him on 6, Dave.
In Norwell to continue. 2 for 27 for Liam Norwell. They're bowling to Joe Clark, who's on 6. Clark only played once here for Notts against Warwickshire. That was the match 2 years ago. Dismissed cheaply twice, made 7 and 0. Jeetan Patel getting him out both innings. No Jeetan Patel here in this one, as the first ball is clipped up to mid-on, fielded by Matt Lamb. 96 for 2, Nottinghamshire. Replying to Warwickshire's 3-4-1. All around as the conditions appear to be improving. They'll keep the floodlights on now, of course. Usually leave them on through a session once they've been turned on, as Clark clips this up to Lamb at mid-on. For reasons best known to themselves, Matt Lamb and Will Rhodes seem to have changed position, and unless it's something to do with the mid-on, mid-off factor, and they're switching round for the left-hander and the right-hander, but we'll just have to check on that once Slater gets back down to that end, if indeed he does, as the next ball is played to backward point. 96 for 2. Mead out, shouldering arms for 39. Ben Duckett pinned in the crease, a full pitch delivery from Liam Norwell, Yorker length, trapping him LBW. We're not in line, but wasn't particularly surprising that the umpire raised the finger, but as Rob said at the time, he had a good long look at it before he gave it, as Clark forces this out into the offside, and 96 for 2 it remained.
So smattering of spectators still inside Edgbaston. A few departed after the or during the second weather delay. We're off for around about an hour and 5 minutes, including the tea interval, which was taken very early at 3:10.
Don't think any of them would have got particularly wet walking back to the car as Clark defends.
It wasn't particularly moist, certainly. We had another sort of 20 minutes or so off the field at around about 25 to 5.
It's a little bizarre when you can't see any rain with your eyes peering through the screen. The spectators haven't got umbrellas up, and yet the covers are being brought on. 96 for 2. To be fair, there was a few spits and spots in the air, but a little surprised they took them off as Clark pulls this away handsomely. Good looking shot by Joe Clark. That will bring the 100 up for Nottinghamshire, and will make Joe Clark feel a little happier as well. He's into double figures on 10. There was an emphatic thud of ball on boundary board there from Joe Clark. 100 for 2 Nottinghamshire after 38 overs, and subfielder number 77 is coming on. This is Ethan Brooks, is it?
No, that's 44. That's George Garrett.
No, just come on as
come on as
number 77.
That is Ethan Brooks. Yes, yeah. George Garrett. He's the one with the bib on that I've watched collecting various. Well, it's Craig Miles' sun hat and sweater, isn't it?
No, it's the one with the bibs on that I've been guessing all day. But when they do come on in their whites with name and number,
yes,
I'm a little more familiar with.
Fairly sure who they are. And Craig Miles replacing Alan Dolby. No wicket for 42 for OHD so far.
Rain has spread to the capital. They're off at the Oval. Surrey 473. Big 100 from Hashim Amla. Gloucestershire 45 for 1, but raining.
So Miles 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 15. He's in and bowls to Slater. Played up to mid on, and Liam Norwell. There's no run. Still plenty of chatter around the ground. That welcome sound of supporters having a chat amongst themselves underneath us. As Miles is there again and bowl to Slater, and very well fielded on the first bounce in his follow through. Mock shy at the stumps from Miles, but reached up his right hand and was able to stop that in very short order.
If it was nicely in the fingers, I'm surprised he didn't throw it actually, because Slater had advanced a couple of yards down. But sometimes it's just not quite right, is it? It is in the hand, but not quite right for releasing.
Miles is there again and bowls to Slater, leaves this alone. Very noisy motorbike sounding like a lawnmower just passed outside the ground. 100 for 2. 241 behind Nottinghamshire. Warwickshire 341 all out earlier. Lamb 67. Briggs 7, Miles 2, and Dolby 26, Norwell 30 not out as Miles moves in and bowls to Slater, and that's turned away to the onside for comfortable 2, taking him on to 49. 102 for 2. So within sight of a half century now. Slater, having scored 200s this season, and there is the half century. Going to be a long chase for the substitute fielder Ethan Brooks, but he's well on the boundary to cut it off. But Slater comes through for 2 runs, 51 from 117 deliveries. Ben Slater, including 7 fours, worked hard for that, and a smattering of applause around Edgbaston for Ben Slater's 50.
Yeah, 4th time he's got to at least 50. It's 73 against Durham, 114 not out against Worcestershire, and 107 against Derbyshire. Received his county cap last week before the match against Worcestershire. Pouched a couple of fine catches in that game as well at short leg. And now 50 here.
Miles comes in and bowls to him again, and he's found a gap. There'll be more here. A very long chase for Ethan Brooks out there onto the boundary. A sprawling attempted stop, but he only succeeds in helping it over the boundary rope for 4 runs this time. Slater on to 55 and 108 for 2 Nottinghamshire.
Charlie says, great to see Ben in the runs again. Dave is an unsung hero. Also hope our most stylish batter, Joe Clark, can follow suit. So good to watch when he's on song. Absolutely agree with you, Charlie, on all your points there at Brace Cricket, at
Sport BBC WM.
There we are. It's not that hard to remember, Brace Girdle. 108 for 2. Applause, I know not for. Was it the bowl? It was the bowling change. It's Danny Briggs being announced. So we've had a bit of twirly-whirly stuff in this game already from Liam Patterson-White. A couple of wickets for him in the Warwickshire innings. And now Danny Briggs. We've got James Pipe coming on. Is it a pitch invader? Is it a streaker? No, it's the Notts physio who's come rushing on and
gone off again.
Off you go. Get off my land. Don't know what he was coming on for, but either Ben Slater or Joe Clark decided they didn't need. In fact, it came halfway and perhaps shouted a message. Maybe there was something along the lines of, can I have a plaster, tablet, bottle of water, drink, pair of scissors, who knows. Here's Danny Briggs bowling to Clark, who forces this into the offside. Sam Hain doing the fielding, and then he bobs down like Dixon of Dixon and Dock Green, saying evening all. Sam Hain, nice looking shot from the most stylish batter in the Notts team, according to Charlie in his latest tweet, Joe Clark. You remember Dixon of Dock Green?
I'm aware of it, yes. Jack Warner, wasn't it?
That's it. Next one dropped on the leg side. Oh, let's keep it current and topical. Jack Warner. Saturday evening TV on our Litland. 108 for 2. Next ball tossed up there, forced away for a run by Joe Clark. Moves on to 11.
More Z cars and lastly Juliet Bravo for me. My youth.
Yes, I think the spirit of Z cars sort of lives on with Everton Football Club, doesn't it? And what's it called, that song?
Oh, don't ask me. I'll look it up.
It's called Johnny Todd.
Is it? Okay.
I know not why. I don't know what Johnny Todd was, but I think as you are looking it up, I'm pretty sure that's the song. 109 for 2. This one's dropped down on the leg side. Theme tune, I suppose, is the correct word for it, rather than song. Slater on 55. Danny Briggs. Just a couple of paces, lovely action, fine bowler, great career with Sussex, little bit of England exposure. Comes to the end of his first over. I was going to tell you his figures, but already we've got Craig Miles' figures up there, so we'll tell you that Miles is 5 overs, none for 23. He was clipped away a couple of times in that previous over by Slater. Hand sanitising break, 109 for 2. What can you tell me about Johnny Todd?
Based on the traditional folk song Johnny Todd, which was in a collection of traditional tunes by Frank Kidson, dated 1891, called Traditional Tunes, a collection of ballad airs. Johnny Todd is a child's rhyme and game heard and seen played by Liverpool children. So that's the connection with Everton Football Club, then, isn't it? The song appears in the book Songs of Belfast, edited by David Hammond. There we go. Reached number 8 in April 1962.
Who were the artistes?
John Keating and his orchestra.
Right, Ronan's dad.
The original television theme was arranged and conducted by Norrie Paramore with his orchestra.
Yeah, I remember him.
There we go.
Nothing to do with Dixon Dock Green. That was all Sam Hain's fault, starting that, just bobbing down. Evening all.
There we go. 109 for 2. Nottinghamshire, and Craig Miles to start a new over from the Birmingham end. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 23. He's there now and bowls to Clark, who turns this into the onside, and Milan at mid-wicket does the fielding.
I don't know if you've noticed it. It really does look like a brand new bat just out of the packet, Joe Clark's. It's almost like there's a little bit of aura around him, and it's because of the sparkle, the new shiny stickers really getting the glint of the floodlights.
Yeah, he's got a kind of a, what is it, orangey pink strapping on his on the back handle, as well as Miles comes in and bowls to Clark, who pushes this into the covers, and Briggs does the fielding.
Might be that the Notts captain Stephen Mullaney will get a bat tomorrow, and if we can usually make out Manchester City stickers on the back of his bat, and of course a big day for Manchester City supporters tomorrow night. Of course Chelsea supporters as well, the Champions League final, but big City fan Stephen Mullaney.
Over in Portugal, of course, as Miles comes in and bowls to Clark, who sees that to Milan at mid-wicket for no run.
Tony Fisher sends me a photograph. I'll retweet it at Brace Cricket of the cricket ground in Kimberley. Glorious weather in Kimberley, Nottinghamshire. This is the cricket ground taken from the chapel on the hill. Have you ever been to the ground in Kimberley? Says Tony.
Miles is there and bowls, and Clark will get runs here. It's a attempted dive by Norwell, but he can't stop it, so they'll long chase out there for Milan, come back for a comfortable 3.
I've in the dim and distant past, i.e. the 80s, I've played at Kimberley, but a couple of winters ago the boy Fletcher and myself were asked to pop down to Kimberley Cricket Club for their evening awards, Tony, their prize giving night. Beautifully run, beautifully organised, and I think it's fair to say the boy Fletcher went down a storm. There were lots of his old teammates in there that night: Sam Wood, George Bacon.
Miles is in again, and Slater shoulders armed.
One or two more. Tom Rowe, 112 for 2, and I think Luke was high on euphoria at the end of that night. It's always nice when you get an appreciative audience and you're telling your tales, you're telling your anecdotes, and they were absolutely lapping it up. And I tell you, Tony, the good folk of Kimberley will never be able to do any wrong in my mind, the way Luke was and myself. But what a great ovation we had that night. Terrific night at Kimberley. Loved it.
Miles is in and bowls the left-handed Slater, and that's pushed up to mid-off, and the end of the Craig Miles over. 112 for 2, Slater 55, Clark on 14, and 19 overs still to go in the day.
I just remembered something else from that particular night, a couple of winters ago at Kimberley Cricket Club, their awards night. The biggest buzz I got on the night, I met a fella. Here's one I'll just throw at you for your starter for 10. I met John Parkin, who I'd seen play for Nottinghamshire in my younger days. 112 for 2. What part in history did John Parkin play? Here's Danny Briggs, tell you at the end of the over. Bowling to Joe Clark, obviously a Nottinghamshire cricketer when I was a young lad, so that sort of ages it as Clark defends. John Parkin, what was his role in a piece of cricketing history? This time it's defended by Joe Clark. Damien says, mind that slope at Kimberley. Yes, that's it. The Kimberley ground. Next ball on its way, and Clark again behind it, and already we're halfway through this over. 60, 75, 82nd over incoming here from Danny Briggs, or it would have been if Sam Hain hadn't soaked up a few seconds just polishing the ball. Next one is hit down the ground for runs by Clark, and it just landed in front of the rope, 18 inches or so, 4 runs. It's a very dismissive shot from Clark. Moves on to 18, still relatively early in his innings, but he's not going to be tied down for more than those 3 deliveries by Danny Briggs. And the ball is fetched by Craig Miles, 116 for 2. Briggs sent down 9 deliveries for just 1 run before that one, and he just floated it up there. And Joe Clark says, I'm going to have a bit of this.
Miles handing the ball to Briggs, just having a slightly rueful look at it.
116 for 2. Next delivery incoming. Clark goes a long way back into his crease and plays it out on the leg side. No run. Will Rhodes doing the fielding. Next ball clipped away. There'll be runs here for Clark. I was going to say there'll be 1, perhaps 2, but it's 4. That's a lovely bit of timing. Sweet end to the over for Joe Clark. Boundary from ball number 4, straight back over the bowler's head, and 1 clip through mid-wicket. Exquisite timing from Clark. He's on to 22, Slater 55, 120 for 2. Anything just to throw out with John Parkin?
No, go on, Dave.
John Parkin had the best view in the house on the 31st of August 1968 at Swansea.
All right.
Because he was at the non-strikers end for Nottinghamshire when we talked about it yesterday,
yeah,
funnily enough, didn't we, when Malcolm Nash was bowling to Gary Sobers. John Parkin was at the non-strikers end. I'd seen him play as a youngster and presumably got his autograph, 1 or 2 old team photos, autograph books or whatever you collect as a kid, but I'd not seen him in adult life, so we sat and had a bit of a blather, and very much enjoyed talking to John that night at Kimberley a couple of years ago. 120 for 2 Nottinghamshire, and if we get them in, we've still got 18 overs to go, and it's nearly 6 o'clock now.
And Miles, 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 26. He's in and bowls to Slater, trying to drive that through the covers, but Briggs cuts it off. These two coming together. The score on 78 to fairly quick wickets. Liam Norwell, Hamid 39 and Duckett 4. Bowled and trapped LBW respectively by Liam Norwell, but Slater moving on to 55. Clark has come in and scored 22, and Slater on strike. Played up to Norwell at mid-off.
Andy Eastham heard you going on and on and on about Dixon, Adoc Green and Z cars. Says, the days of decent television police dramas. I've recently been watching episodes of Softly Softly Task Force on YouTube, featuring Chief Inspector Charlie Barlow and D.I. John Watt, aka Stratford Johns and Frank Windsor.
Stratford Johns and Frank Windsor.
I think that was a Wednesday night, wasn't it, Andy?
Yeah.
Around about 8 o'clock, Softly Softly. It's a big favourite of my dad's, that one. Very often on a Wednesday night I'd be listening on the radio. There'd be a footy match on the radio on a Wednesday.
Miles is in and bowls to Slater back in his crease and pushed up into the offside.
It wasn't like nowadays where every football match is screened. You were lucky if you got 3 matches a year on television, but if you got them on a Wednesday night on the radio, you'd go and have a bit of a listen.
Peter Jones on the old radio too.
Peter Jones, the great Brian Butler.
Yes.
Top man, Brian Butler.
And on the phone, often these matches on the continent, European matches, were all broadcast off phone, and that seemed to add to the atmosphere rather than detract from it back in the day. My formative years anyway, as Miles puts a little bit of extra oomph into that next delivery, but Slater not required to play a stroke, and through to Burgess. Just before 6 o'clock, Dave has disappeared next door to regale the people of Nottinghamshire about the latest developments here. I'll be doing likewise in the fullness of time for listeners across Birmingham, the West Midlands, Coventry and Warwickshire, as Slater's next delivery is played up to Rhodes at mid-on, and there's no run. One ball remaining in this Craig Miles 7th over, the 43rd of the Nottinghamshire innings. Warwickshire all out for 341 earlier, just before lunch. Nottinghamshire 120 for 2 in reply as Miles comes in, and Slater helps that on its way, but there are two men out there. Substitute fielder Ethan Brooks not being called upon. It's Matt Lamb that does the fielding. Looks like Hannon Dolby has come back onto the field, so George Garrett in the sleeveless fluorescent bib coming off, and Ethan Brooks joining him now the other side of the boundary rope. So 17 overs remaining in the day. Briggs, left arm spinner, in and bowls. That's turned just beyond the man at short leg. Sam Hain under the helmet there. As Briggs comes in, and Slater solidly behind that. Slater takes a stride outside off stump. His next delivery. Briggs waits. 3-4-5 pace run up, and Slater sends that into the offside where it's cut off by Will Rhodes. Slater comes down and has a bit of a prod at the pitch, and Briggs is there again. Goes for a drive, but picks out the fielder Miles. $121 for 2, so 220 behind. Briggs in again, and edged into his pad by Slater. End of the over. Clark 22. Miles 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 27. To continue from the Birmingham end. Conversation between Hannon Dolby and Miles just before this over starts. And this is Rob Gurney at Edgbaston, where we've still got 16 overs remaining on the second day of Warwickshire's County Championship match with Nottinghamshire, due to a couple of weather interruptions this afternoon. Nottinghamshire, in reply to Warwickshire's 341 all out, have moved on to 121 for 2. 2 quick wickets for Liam Norwell, bowling Hasib Hamid for 39 and then trapping Ben Duckett LBW for 4. But Ben Slater has moved on to 56. Joe Clark has come to join him, and he moved on to 22. So Nottinghamshire are now 220 runs behind at 121 for 2 with 16 overs still to go today. Pulled away by Clark. It's fired in short by Miles. In fact, he's pulled it over the boundary for 6 runs. Really connected with that Joe Clark. And his first 6. First 6 of the Nottinghamshire innings. And saw that like the proverbial watermelon, did Joe Clark. Craig Miles. Say Miles looking to fire it in short, but here he comes again, and this time Clark takes a big step down the pitch and shoulders arms through to Burgess, but that was a terrific blow, the previous delivery, Dave.
Very much so, yeah.
Clark.
It occurred slap bang in the middle of my update for BBC Radio Nottingham, and they got one ball's worth of commentary there. Nice shot from Clark. Seems in the mood, doesn't he?
Mm.
Partnership of 49 at the moment.
Miles comes in and bowls, and Clark plays this very deliberately into the covers, where Matt Lamb does the fielding.
Nigel King says softly was a Z-Cars spin-off, he thinks. Yeah, I think you're right, Nigel. And Mark in Tunbridge Wells said evening all. It's with us from Tunbridge Wells, listening to the commentary whilst doing his potting, and he's sent a photograph of all his little bedding plants or whatever they are in pots out there.
That's nice.
Very nice indeed, Mark. I'll retweet that for you there.
Nice way to spend a Friday evening as Miles comes in and bowls to Clark. Plays this into the offside. Again, Matt Lamb does the fielding in the covers, and there's no run. A whole plethora of police dramas these days. I like most of them, to be fair. Unforgotten with Nicola Walker and Sanjeev Bhaskar. That's very good recently.
Oh no.
And of course, Line of Duty.
Oh, with the Queen of Nottingham,
Vicky McClure.
Her Majesty.
As Miles comes in and bowls to Clark, and straight to Lamb again in the covers. Yeah, I love Line of Duty. The most remarkable thing, well, lots of remarkable things, but of course Jed Mercurio from Cannock, not too far up the road from here, is the brains behind that series. But it's Martin Compston's accent as Steve Arnott in Line of Duty, and he's the broadest Glaswegian in real life, and yet he perfected the southern accent in Line of Duty brilliantly. Anyway, we're slightly digressing here.
Well, there's no cricket going on. We're once again watching somebody get dressed. This is one of the bugbears with cricket. Rob Yates just popping on the protective pads and helmet and what have you. He's going to go in at short leg with all the gear on. Mark's come back and said they're sunflowers, Dave, that he's planted.
Lovely.
They're the ones that grow about 19 feet tall,
yes.
aren't they? Good luck with those, Mark. They'll outgrow your little pots.
Yeah. Danny Briggs, 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9. 15 overs still to go. 127 for 2. Nottinghamshire 214 behind with 8 wickets in hand on first innings.
Do they shoot up that high in just 3 or 4 months? Here's Briggs bowling to Slater, who defends. Come August or September, Mark, you'll have to send me another photo just to show me how much they've shot up. 127 for 2. Here high in the Erie on top of the pavilion at Edgbaston, as Slater pushes it into the offside. It was along the ground, might even have brushed off Rob Yates, who's in a position where he ought to qualify for danger money. Slater gets hold of one there. Rather him than me, as they say. This is fielded by Yates, but it was just defended by Slater, who himself close in got a couple of absolute belters in the win over Worcestershire. 2 really sharp catches at short leg. One off Jake Libby. One-handed effort. Great work. Briggs this time fields off his own bowling. 127 for 2. Next ball is pushed back to the bowler. Just Just a mention of Vicky McClure and line of duty. Again, don't we veer away onto some topics. It's blocked end of the over, 127 for 2 Sunday, when I anticipate still being here watching Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire battling it out, and as a consequence Luke Fletcher should still be here on the ground playing for Nottinghamshire against Warwickshire. But anyway, on Sunday at Carlton Town Football Club just outside Nottingham, there's their fundraising day, and I know Carlton Town are playing a so-called celebrity 11. There's some Nottingham Forest players past and present, some Notts County players past and present, and I see in the team that Luke Fletcher of Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club is supposed to be playing for Carlton Town. So you may need a bit of backup there, guys, because I would anticipate, unless this match goes decisively one way or another tomorrow, that Fletcher isn't going to be playing cricket unless he's got permission from Peter Moores to sort of leave the game early. But I don't think he's going to be playing for Boats's crew on Sunday in that match. But I know there's some auction items, some memorabilia items. I think they're having a bit of a raffle and auction for the kids over there, which is all good stuff. I know it's been mentioned on BBC East Midlands Today and BBC Radio Nottingham. Obviously the football clubs and the cricket club getting behind it, but I also know, going full circle, that Vicky McClure has donated some line of duty memorabilia that's all signed up for auctioning or raffling up, and I don't know, it's one of those teasers, and I hope to be there if I can. So if you had to loose end, go and support the folks at Carlton Town Football Club. You might even get a socially distanced selfie with Vicky if she goes. In fact, Andy Eastham says Vicky McClure, Notts County fan, following the footsteps of her grandfather. There we are, right on cue.
Big Notts fan. I knew she was and of course any line of duty memorabilia these days is potentially worth big bucks.
How much?
That's good.
How much would you? How much then?
I haven't got money to.
All right. Play bargain on how much would you?
Auction items.
A signed poster then of all the principal characters. I think that's one of the items.
Is it? Okay.
How much would you go to for that?
Well, that should fetch 3 figures, I thought, shouldn't it? £100.
I think it was. I think it was at about 250 middle of the week when I last had a look. There you go.
Well, anyway, Will Rhodes is bringing himself on.
You've not missed any cricket at all, whilst we've been blathering. But
for the first time from the Birmingham end.
What have we got left? 14
overs, yeah.
It's all right, fellas. It's Friday night in Birmingham. I'm in my student accommodation with the skateboard kids.
Well, in a couple of weeks' time, we'd be very much into T20 territory by now. In fact, that's the next time you're going to see me, David, is at Trent Bridge for the Outlaws against the Bears.
Oh, the locks are on the gate.
A couple of weeks. In that, in fact, I think that is 2 weeks today. From memory. I think so. As Rhodes comes in from the Birmingham end, and that's turned away off his hip by Clark, but it will be a leg by. He didn't get any bat on that, so that's one more in the extras column. 128 for 2.
He had quite an impact when he came on to bowl at Trent Bridge, Will Rhodes. I'll just push it up just to make sure we've got the right game. Yeah, 4 for 53 in the first innings. He dismissed a Seba Mead, Tom Moores, Stuart Broad, and Stephen Mullaney, and as I say, ran out Lyndon James. He could do no wrong.
2 for 31 in the second innings, took 3 for 21 at Chelmsford last week. Helped bowl Essex out for 217, but the weather forced the draw there as Rhodes comes in again and bowls to Slater, and that's very smartly cut off by Yates at short mid-wicket.
Playing in 5 of the 7 matches. They wrapped things up when they went off for rain at the Oval. Gloucestershire 45 for 1, replying to Surrey's 473, and they've just finished at Hove, where Sussex 142 for 4 in their second innings, leading Northants by 61, playing everywhere else.
Rhodes in again and bowls. That's flashed away by Slater, but straight to Peter Milan at backward point.
I mean, that's 4 runs from the moment it left the bat, and you know, I suspect even a yard either side of Peter Milan, good a fielder as he is, it was hit so powerfully he wouldn't have been able to get there. So that's really good work. A little unfortunate, Ben Slater.
Went straight to him. Rhodes and again past the umpire and bowls to Slater. Shoulders, arms, outside off stump through to Burgess. 128 for 2. Ben Slater 56 from, what's that, 143 deliveries. Clark 28 from 35, a 6 and 4 fours for Joe Clark. Anxious to get on with things. 213 the Notts deficit as Rhodes is there again. Now it's turned neatly away by Slater. This will be at least 2 as Briggs slides on the boundary to prevent it crossing the rope, and backed up by Craig Miles, so they come back 4-2, 130 for 2, and Slater on to 58.
Luke Fletcher still on the distant boundary away to our right, and still in his training gear, shorts, flip-flops. I mention that because he normally is the one ready to be a night watchman. We're nowhere near that stage yet, but keep an eye on him.
Rhodes in and bowls to Slater, and almost a repeat of the shot from a couple of deliveries ago, straight to Milan at backward point, and that's the end of Will Rhodes' first over. Just those 2 runs coming off it. 130 for 2 Nottinghamshire, trailed by 211. Ben Slater 58, Joe Clark 28.
12th man is no longer a cushy job. I'm not sure it's ever been totally a cushy job, but sometimes it's more relaxing than others. But in the modern game in this country, the 12th man literally has to run on at the end of every over, collect sweaters, collect caps, bring back sweaters, bring back caps, bring on hand sanitising gel, bring on drinks, and heaven knows what else. And they're probably more exhausted than some of the players out there. I know many of them wear these heart monitors and all the rest of it, and the step counters and whatever. You'd imagine your 12th man is doing more work than anybody else.
No wonder Warwickshire using 2 then in that case.
There's Briggs, 130 for 2. Clark forcefully into the offside. He'll only get a single. There's good strong shadows around all the players, but that is natural light. That's not floodlight shadow, is it?
No, because they kind of go in that star shape, don't they? You get four shadows kind of pointing in you imagine a cross on a ballot paper or something like that. That's how the shadows go if it was being cast by a floodlight.
4, have you lost another floodlight?
Well, do you know what I mean? It's that sort of...
I know what you mean. You were telling me earlier that...
There are 5, trust me, I've
next
checked.
Ball worked away onto the leg side, stopped at short leg by Sam Hain. 131 for 2. Warwickshire made 3 for 1, so... Elementary maths here, David. What is it? 210 behind Notts. Next ball floated up there, strikes the pad of Slater, drops down, and on the half volley kicks it away.
To make sure it doesn't fall back onto his stumps.
It's a lovely finish into the top corner. 131 for 2. Have it. Next ball through into the gloves of Burgess. It was Peter Kay, wasn't it, in the beer advert? Have it.
Yeah. Certain brand of bitter.
Did like the bomb he did into the swimming pool of that one.
That's another version of advertising the same liquid refreshment.
131 for 2. Briggs in, worked away by Slater. Cries of wait on, because he hit it straight to Milan. Is there only one Peter Milan out there? Because
he's a bit of a whirling dervish, isn't he?
Keeps
in a magnet for the ball.
Yeah, he's in the wrong place at the right time, or the right place at the wrong time for Nottinghamshire. Next ball. Surely that's not going to be given, but no, it isn't going to be given. Huge amount of excitement from Danny Briggs, who had a better view than me, admittedly, but that always looked to be going down the leg side and high.
Yes,
but he was fairly animated. Perhaps it's prevented a leg bye, we'll never know. 131 for 2 at the end of the over. 12 remain, with Slater on 58, Clark on 29. Seems as if Ben Slater's been stuck on 58 for a wee while.
Yeah, faced 150 deliveries now for his 58. And Will Rhodes on over for 2 runs to continue from the Birmingham end. And he comes to the right-handed Clark, who's on the move out of his crease. Down the leg side.
He was doing a Matt Lamb there, I think we call that. And Sir Michael Burgess is going to do a Tom Moores.
Stand up to the stumps and try and prevent him doing that.
On the helmet, and he's gone up there. Will Rhodes pushes it through at a decent leak, but I don't think he'll be offended at the keeper standing up to him, let's put it that way.
He comes and bowls, and Clark forces that into the offside. It's fielded by Yates.
1 or 2 quicks around the county circuit that might take exception if the keeper comes standing up to them. 131 for 2.
Burgess in the helmet with his cap now visible, tucked in the back of his flannels, as Rhodes comes in and bowls to Clark, who forces this up to a tumbling Hannon Dolby at mid-on.
It's interesting, looking at the 2 slips, they stood side by side, first and second slip. You don't very often get that. You usually get the stagger, don't you? But Bresnan and Hayne side by side there. I said yesterday it's sometimes difficult for the slips just to feel they're in the right place when the keeper goes up to the quick, and they're stood back there on their own.
Rhodes is there, and that's cut away, and Milan with a diving stop. 1 or 2 shouts from supporters as though that might have just carried to Milan, but anyway, goes down for me as a fantastic save there. Not sure whether it did.
He's very much in profit. Saved a heck of a lot of runs.
As Rhodes comes in again and bowls to Clark, and whipped the bails off to Burgess and asks the question of the square leg umpire, but is met with a no. Smart piece of keeping by Burgess, but Clark had got his back foot safely grounded. 131 for 2.
Also in Group 1, the same group as Notts and Warwickshire at Chesterley Street, Essex now. 242 for 8, leading by 325.
Rhodes in again and bowls to Clark. Eventful over this one, and he's going to get runs here past Matt Lamb.
They can run 4 here.
Yeah.
Well, they could have done. They run 3 comfortably.
As Norwell is the first Warwickshire fielder to catch up with the ball and hurls it back towards the stumps. Clark 32, 134 for 2. Slater still on 58 at the end of that over. 11 remain in the day.
If it hadn't been the final ball of the over and Joe Clark knew he was going to keep strike, I think they could have got 4 there. It was hit away on the leg side. It was a very attacking field set by Warwickshire, and it was a long old chase for the fielders. 134 for 2. Clark into the 30s. Slater still on 58. That's perhaps why he's still on 58. He's not seeing that much of the strike, but cracked a couple away 2 or 3 overs ago that Milan both successfully stopped both of them. Here's Briggs bowling to Clark. This one goes through to the keeper. There's fielder down below us, Liam Norwell at long off. There's nobody at long on. Clark again leaves it alone. Over where he went after Briggs, he had a look at the first three and then hit the fourth ball back over his head and the sixth one through mid-wicket. Here's Briggs after Clark did a little bit of gardening, just holding things up. Blocks this one. So again, 3 blocks at the start of this over. Got a sequel. Or a Fulmer or whatever they are.
Oh, what? Fulmer?
Next ball. It's gone through to the keeper. You've not done any commentaries down at Hove then with John Lees, who used to. Well, no, he's. Adrian Harms has done it for several years now, but on 34 for 2. Next one's clipped into the offside. Very much for the uninitiated, and I include myself very firmly at the top of that list. One of those white birds that goes clawk, clawk, clawk and pinches your chips and your hot dogs and your ice creams is a seagull to me, but if ever you were down there commentating with John Lees, it defends, he'd quickly put you right. No, it's a black-beaked Fulmer or whatever it was. Yeah, very keen ornithologist, John Lees. 134 for 2. Not that I know the difference at all. As I say, they're all seagulls to me.
That's it. 207 behind then, Notts. With 10 overs to go in the day. And it's Liam Norwell who's come back on at the Birmingham end, so just a couple of overs of Will Rhodes for 5 runs, and the Bears captain takes himself off and replaces him with Liam Norwell.
Got both of his wickets at this end, of course.
Yes, he did.
I always say it's the same difference, isn't it? It's just as far, whichever end you bowl from.
Mead LBW, bowled by Norwell for 39. Duckett LBW to Norwell for 4. 72 for 1, 78 for 2. Now 134 for 2. Norwell's in and bowls to Slater, who pushes this into the offside, and very visible Peter Milan at backward point is the man who does the fielding once again.
I presume Josh has forgot to buy his mum a birthday card and a present, because he says, Dave, can you please wish my mum, Joanne Davis, a very happy birthday from husband Sean and son Joshua in Mansfield. Very, very happy birthday, Joanne, and you get your prezzies from hubby and son.
Norwell's there, and that's a short arm pull from Ben Slater, and has enough on it to plop over the boundary rope in front of the Hollies stand for 4. Takes him off 58, where he seemed to have been for a very long time, onto 62, and the Notts total 138 for 2.
He's a good lad, Josh. I'm sure he's cooked his mum a nice tea and got her a nice birthday cake.
You'd like to think so.
138 for 2. Another delivery, and then I'll go and speak to the good folk of the Robin Hood County.
As Norwell comes in again and bowls to Slater, and that's pulled away in more conventional fashion, but the same result. A little bit more pace on that stroke from Ben Slater than the previous one. Successive 4s, he's on to 66 and 142 for 2.
Did it expect air traffic control to get involved with that one, because it was so short, and he, if you know what I mean, he got underneath it, and it looked to me, he was a little disgusted actually, Slater, and I just wonder if he really felt that he was going to pull that high over the top of the Hollies. Didn't quite get it where he wanted, but certainly that should have been threatening local aircraft.
So Slater with successive 4s. In comes Norwell again and bowls, and this one just dabbed to Milan at backward point. So a comeback from Norwell with a dot in the book against his name for that delivery. 2 for 39. Liam Norwell with 2 balls to come in this, his 11th over. On his way in again and bowls, and that's this time thumped away 4-6. That's what what Slater was going to do. A couple of deliveries before, didn't really get hold of it. That time he did. So 4-4.6. The last 4 deliveries for Liam Norwell. Moves Slater on to 72. And the total to 148 for 2. So 14 in boundaries conceded off this Liam Norwell over. Slater. There again, Norwell comes in and bowls, and content just to push this up to Miles. And that's the end of the over, an eventful over for Liam Norwell. 148 for 2. Updating BBC Radio WM listeners shortly. Nine overs to come in the day's play. Danny Briggs to continue. Briggs is there and bowls. Back to Danny Briggs. It's there again. Oh, this gets an inside edge past the stumps. Is he going to roll away for 4? No, not quite. There's 8 overs to go after this one, and Nottinghamshire have just passed 150. They're 151 for 2 in reply to Warwickshire's first innings total of 341. Ben Slater on 72 has just struck 6 and 2 fours off Liam Norwell's previous over. Joe Clark offering good support on 35. Slater now on to 72 as Danny Briggs is bowling from the pavilion end, and there's more runs for Nottinghamshire there. Liam Norwell earlier had removed Hasib Hamid for 39 and Ben Duckett for 4. Notts were 78 for 2 at that point, but these two have moved the scoreboard along very nicely. Earlier on in the day, Matt Lamb got 67 for Warwickshire. Danny Briggs was out for 7. Craig Miles 2 and Oliver Hannon-Dolby 26 as he and Liam Norwell, who's finished 30 not out, put on 52 for the final Warwickshire wicket, taking them from 289 for 9 to 341 all out. Nottinghamshire going well in response, 152 for 2 with Slater on 73 and Clark 35. 8 overs remaining in the day still after this one. Briggs to complete his over, and does the fielding off his own bowling. Joe Clark, and 152 for 2 with 8 overs to go, Dave.
Did tell you that Slater was, I felt, targeting the Hollis stand or the upper reaches of it, and given the invitation by Liam Norwell just to pick another one over the leg side. Properly got hold of it, didn't he? 152 for 2. Good this from Slater. 73 he's got. Clark 35. This pair have added 74 so far for the 3rd wicket. 8 overs left in the day.
And 1 year left on his deal. The Blues say that he asked. Ex-Birmingham City boss Gianfranco Zola is hoping Chelsea...
Norwell's got another one.
Champions League final against Man City tomorrow.
A little surprised that
Favourites going into the clash.
he wasn't taken off there.
Zola thinks he's on
Comes in from the City end, and Slater says, well, I've been pulling you away through the leg side. Now I'm going to force it through the offside for 4. Nice looking shot from Slater. Clearly Norwell came into the over with plans not to drop it short, but to bowl full and challenge the off stump. Driven away. Slater on to 77.
taking a look at the weather for the West Midlands. Dry and mild tonight, although it turns out
Been a
sunny spells breaking through the crowd. The clouds
good session this for Notts after obviously the fall of Hamid and Duckett, but since then this pair really rattled along. Next ball, he's hit him on the pad. They're asking, Slater in trouble here? No, not out. Confident shout.
bank holiday getaway traffic. It's busy.
Yes, but met with a negative response from the umpire. 1-6, 11 fours now for Ben Slater in his 77 off 158 deliveries.
Clark also hitting a 6. Day began with Warwickshire 250 for 6 and 91 runs in the morning session. Or edged, caught, Slater's gone, caught behind, and Norwell gives him a send-off, a right regal send-off from Liam Norwell. On your way, son. 156 for 3. Slater out for 77. Just couldn't resist driving at one, again outside the off peg, and he's nicked it through to Burgess, and Warwickshire have a bowling point. 156 for 3. Ben Slater caught Burgess, bowled by Norwell for 77.
Just the breakthrough that Warwickshire were looking for. As you say, Liam Norwell sent him on his way. 156 for 3. And Norwell 3 for 49, having taken some punishment from Ben Slater, a 6 and 3 fours recently. But he's gone. And Lyndon James coming in for Notts at number 5, so sticking to scorecard order here.
Generally, and it's not a hard and fast rule, but generally with Notts it's 6 overs to go in the day, and then it sort of becomes a decision for the incoming batsman. A night watchman is usually on standby to come in with 6 overs to go. It's very often Luke Fletcher. Stephen Mullaney the next batsman, so if another wicket goes down, then we'll even if Lyndon or Joe fall fairly quickly, we'll be very close to that 6 over mark. It may well be that we'll see Luke Fletcher. Ben Slater will be bitterly disappointed. Said all this about Luke Fletcher, but I can see Zach Chappell all suited and booted with pads on and whites, and Luke Fletcher's up there still in his training gear. Next ball has gone through to the keeper. 156 for 3. Lyndon James run out brilliantly by Will Rhodes in that first match between the two counties at Trent Bridge. Just made 11 in the first innings and 31 in the second. Trapped LBW by Ollie Stone second time around. Picked up a couple of wickets in the match, Lyndon. And there's Norwell, a 22-year-old, just defends this down into the gully region. Took the wicket of Rob Yates yesterday with the ball. Lyndon James very nicely settled into the side now, played in all the matches this season. all-rounder role. Bats 5. Very much part of the seam bowling quartet. Whether it's Fletcher Patterson and either Broad or Chappell, Lyndon James has been there throughout. Norwell bowls to him very wide of the off peg. I think it was okay when it went past the batsman, but then it continued to deviate well away from Michael Burgess, and he had to go scrambling after it. 156 for 3, successful over for Liam Norwell, who's got all 3 wickets to fall so far.
Yes, partnership worth 78 for the wicket for Notts has just been broken. Came together with the score on 78. Slater was removed. Now Clark on 35, and James yet to get off the mark together at the crease. This the 54th over of the Nottinghamshire reply. 7 including this one to be bowled before the close tonight. And Briggs is there. Played back down the pitch by Clark for no run. Briggs encouraging Sam Hain to move a little closer in, but Clark has worked that out. The offside, and Matt Lamb.
That suits Warwickshire, doesn't it? They want to focus their attention very much on the new batsman, Lyndon James, and in they come from all points, north, south, east and west, to surround the youngster. Don't want to be bowling at Joe Clark when they've got a relatively inexperienced batsman there, fresh to the crease.
So yeah, close in fielders either side as Briggs comes in and bowls. James allows it to slide into the gloves of Michael Burgess.
Out for 78 last weekend against Worcestershire, played beautifully.
Here comes Briggs, and played up to mid-off and Hannon Dolby by Lyndon James. Blocks this one back, so ordered 11 and 31 at Trent Bridge earlier on this season. 79 not out, 78 and 51. Elsewhere as that's cracked into Rob Yates, who was the close-in fielder at Silly Point.
Sometimes they stick. It was hit uppishly into the chest or stomach region of Rob Yates, who was only a pace or 2 away from the batsman, and it dropped to the ground. But sometimes they lodge in there, don't they?
He didn't flinch.
No, the old-fashioned cable knit sweaters, sometimes they would lodge in there, especially if you were squeezed your elbows together quickly.
Yeah.
Not exactly a life. Lyndon will feel he's been denied runs because he solidly hit it. Warwickshire will think, well, if only it had stuck, but neither of those things happened. It's 157 for 3, and Norwell 3 for 49. Comes in now to bowl to Joe Clark, who's on 36, and that's a very good delivery. It's through to Michael Burgess past the outside edge. 157 for 3. Hamid made 39, Ben Duckett just 4, Ben Slater still be kicking himself out for 77. Definitely it appears if another wicket goes down, Zach Chappell will be sent out. He's got a first-class career best of 96, Zach Chappell, but some while ago, as Clark, just with soft hands, runs this down to third man for 4. Just helped himself there to a boundary. Clark on to 40, 161 for 3, right back at the start of his career for Leicestershire. Zach Chappell 96 against Derbyshire. 2015-ish, round about then. He's not remotely looked like getting anywhere near it in Nottinghamshire colours. In his 3rd season now with Notts. Only played a handful of games, and more often than not coming in towards the bottom of the order. Norwell to Clark, works this on the leg side. From the first one quickly, they'll come back for two. Lyndon James has got to just put the afterburners on and gets home. Asking a lot to have a direct hit from about 65 yards away, but had it hit the stumps directly, then it might have been a question for the umpire to answer. But as it is, 2 to Clark. He's on 42, 163 for 3. And the board kindly does the maths for me, says that Notts trail by 178. Norwell to Clark. Will this be the innings that sort of breaks the shackles a little bit and goes on? 350s, but the best of 66 this season. Defends the latest ball on the leg side. Clearly he'll be eager to start afresh tomorrow morning, but a bit of work to do this evening. Still 5 overs to be bowled after this one. Around about 5 o'clock, you wouldn't have given much on us still being here at 7:15. This is a good delivery which goes through to Burgess. I think we are just getting a little bit of shadow from the floodlights now. It's obviously starting to get a little gloomier.
But it was, as you say, Dave, it was considerably darker a couple of hours ago. I'm grateful that we've been able to get this much cricket in.
Here comes Norwell once again, bowling to Clark on the move. Eases it into the offside. There's no run, no addition to the total. 163 for 3. Means Lyndon James will again be facing Danny Briggs, who's been very economical. 8 overs, none for 15 for the former Sussex spinner.
6 bowlers used by Warwickshire. Will Rhodes, including himself. All 3 wickets for Liam Noel. Little expensive. Ben Slater was concerned, but having had a 6 and 3/4s taken off him in the less than 2 overs, he saw Slater off as Briggs comes in from the pavilion end and bowls to Lyndon James, who leaves that one outside off stump. And 2 close-in catches under the helmet either side, Hayne and Yates, played by James up to Helen Dolby at mid-off, and there's no run.
It's 1 or 2 exhausts need
silences,
a little bit of work.
As Briggs is there again.
In case you couldn't hear them on the Avex microphone, somebody roaring away from traffic lights just outside the ground there. Get it a little bit at Trent Bridge as well. Boy racers.
Briggs' left arm is there, and deliberately played back down the pitch by Lyndon James. Still to get off the mark, having faced 11 deliveries. Here comes his 12th. Briggs. Another dot ball.
Not getting a huge amount of assistance, Danny Briggs. There's not many that's deviating from the straight. And Lyndon James making sure he's getting solidly behind it.
This next one squeezed square of the wicket on the offside, where Milan does the fielding. That's the end of the over. 163 for 3. Joe Clark 42. Lyndon James yet to get off the mark. 4 overs remaining. The second day's play here at Edgbaston.
Liam Norwell's got the hook, 3 for 55. I mean, just taking a wicket in the previous over. Now being replaced by Oliver Hannon Dolby. Will Rhodes has gone back to his main spearhead, Hannon Dolby. There are 4 overs left, so obviously 2 from each end. A couple of overs here from Hannon Dolby just to try and unsettle and uproot Joe Clark. Would send Warwickshire in very happy this evening 163 for 3. Decent day in prospect weather-wise tomorrow, and I think cricket-wise as well. Whatever happens in the 4 overs here, unless there's a real old tumble for Nottinghamshire, in which case they'll be playing catch-up. All nicely set with Clark and Lyndon James at the crease now, and the likes of Mulaney Moores and Patterson White still to come. 163 for 3. There's Oliver Hannon Dolby starting his 16th over to Joe Clark. Has that been taken by Bren at first slip? Not sure it was, but he certainly thought it was coming to him. I think Michael Burgess went across and just took it just before it reached Tim Bresnan. Again, it obviously shaped away from the batsman, but absolutely startled Tim Bresnan. You don't want to be. I'm sure they're not daydreaming. It's only in club cricket where your slip fielders stand there thinking about what they're having for tea or what's on at the pictures. But Bresnan appeared to be totally startled there. You don't expect the first ball of the over to be coming straight to you without any intervention. And again, Michael Burgess says, well, if he's swinging it like that, I'm going to stand up to the stumps. Hannon Dolby to bowl to Clark. And, he does a bit of a Dixon of Dock Green crouch, Joe Clark, before playing it up to mid-on. No run.
Another absorbing day's cricket here at Edgbaston, notwithstanding the couple of weather delays we had. Around about just before 2:30, we were off for, including the early tea interval, for about 65 minutes, and again at 25 to 5 for around 20 minutes, hence why we're still here now at 10 to 7.
This next one goes through to the keeper. Yesterday we were 250 for 6 at the close of the day's play, just having a bit of a go here. I think we've had 254 runs today for 7 wickets. So
very
similar, although we have lost about an hour's cricket, haven't we, one way or another along the line. 163 for 3. There were some lusty blows this morning from Liam Norwell, who's had a very decent day. He hit 3 sixes and has taken 3 wickets. Gave Ben Slater a bit of a send-off as well. 163 for 3. Just pushed into the offside, and there's no run. I'll guarantee that'll be stored somewhere by the Nottinghamshire bowlers. They all like to back each other up. It's it's the same with every county, isn't it? But if a bowler has a bit of a snarl at one of your batsmen, you're very keen to dish it back the next time you come against them. 163 for 3. Lyndon James, the non-striker's end, watching on as Joe Clark shoulders arms from Hannon Dolby. Goes through to Burgess, another one ticked off. There are 19 balls, or a maximum of 19 legal balls left in the day. This is Craig Miles with the floppy sun hat being brought in from the leg side boundary up towards the square leg umpire, just to save one, just in case Joe Clark decides to drop it on the leg side and take a single to keep strike. He's not the sort of player, Joe Clark, just to drop it and run. He likes to give it a bit of a wallop, but he doesn't wallop this one. Goes through to Burgess, maiden from Hannon Dolby, which, if he couldn't dislodge Joe Clark, was the next best thing as far as Warwickshire are concerned. 3 overs remain in the day, 163 for 3.
16 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 42 for Hannon Dolby. Danny Briggs to bowl the penultimate over from this pavilion end of second day's play. Briggs into James. Burgess takes the ball.
That was the old Jubilee Northern line one, wasn't it? James was playing down one line and Briggs was bowling down the other.
Comes in again. James this time just dabble that into the offside.
If you've lost all all connectivity, blame me. I've just kicked over the live stream equipment.
Briggs is there. James plays it back down the pitch.
Somebody doing the yelling out there.
Encouraging Danny Briggs, but Lyndon James is concentrating hard.
I think combination of Tim Bresnan and Sam Hain doing the hollering.
A couple of chirrupers out there. Briggs there again, and James has Hain taking slightly evasive action, although the ball doesn't make contact with him. And James doesn't get a single. Briggs in again, and Rob Yates on the first bounce does the fielding. End of Danny Briggs over. 163 for 3 then, with Clark on strike, 42, and James still yet to get off the mark. So the penultimate over of the day, the last over from the Birmingham end.
So Zach Chappell will be watching very intently here. This is the last over, of course, in which a new batsman would have to go out to the middle. Put yourself in the mind of the night watchman. You know, you're a team man. You don't want a wicket to fall. You don't want to have to go out there with all the responsibility. But then there's that little feeling, isn't there? This is an opportunity, if you do get out there, to see it through and then go on and join your put your name on that list of night watchmen that have performed heroics the next day. Clark forces into the offside, no run. I think he thought he was going to get a couple of runs there, just tried to find the gap, but a good stop by Danny Briggs.
Yeah, Warwickshire's fielding's been pretty much on point today. Very few unnecessary runs have been leaked.
163 for 3. That's trailed by 178. Next ball worked away by Clark. Will take a single. 164 for 3. So Lyndon James down to this end will face Hannon Dolby. If they stay as they are, then Clark will have the last over. Just finished for the day at Chesterley Street. Essex 259 for 8, leading Durham by 342. Still playing at New Road, where Derbyshire 90 for 3, replying to Worcestershire's 421, but finished everywhere else. Middlesex 57 for 1 at Grace Road, leading Leicestershire by 216. Gloucestershire 45 for 1, trailing Surrey by 428. Lancashire 350 for 6, leading Yorkshire by 191, and Sussex 142 for 4, leading Northants by 61. All the details on the BBC Sport website and app, and that's where you'll find us tomorrow morning if you want to listen to the commentaries of this or any other game. 164 for 3 as this one's nudged back to the bowler, notwithstanding that you can get the BBC commentary through the live streams, links on both counties' websites.
Yeah, Mike Taylor will be joining Dave over the weekend. Very much enjoyed your company the last couple of days, David. Thank you.
And yourself, Robert.
Much.
Yes,
that's good. That's good. All friends together. No, very, very nice. Very good.
Took a bit of training yesterday morning, but we got there, didn't we? We got there. No, thanks for the hospitality over the first couple of days, and very much looking forward to sparring with my old chum Mike over the next 2 days. And then Dolby bowls. This goes through to the keeper. Sorry, have I now pinched your?
This is your.
This
over.
is my end.
This is your over.
We're very close to the 7 o'clock news, actually.
Yes.
You shouldn't really be expecting to do an update into the 7 o'clock news of a match that should finish at 6 o'clock, but invariably day after day after day we do, one way or another. Might just coincide actually with end of play, because we've got, what, 8 balls left. So I'll stay with you for these 2 balls and allow you the glory of the final over, if that's the right phrase. Glory hunter. Take us home, Rob.
That's it.
That's Hannon Dolby bowling to Lyndon James. 2 balls left in this over, 164 for 3, and Lyndon James is away. You'll sleep a little better tonight, won't it? It's always better to be off the mark, although he will have got down to the other end and thought, oh, blimey, perhaps got to face the final over now. If I'd stayed where I was.
21 dot balls before he gets off the mark, Lyndon James.
That's fine anyway.
Yes.
But he doesn't seem to get phased. He's level-headed young man. Got a lot about him. A lot to admire. Very much enjoy watching Lyndon James go about his work. Here is the final ball of Hannon Dolby's over. Bowling to Clark. And that's gone through to the keeper. 165 for 3. Thanks very much for your company, Rob.
Yes,
Leave
Dave.
you with the final over.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Dave Bracegirdle with us. BBC Radio Nottingham listeners. Just going to get one final blast from Dave next door. And the final 6 deliveries of the day's play here at Edgbaston. 165 for 3, 176 behind Nottinghamshire. Danny Briggs to bowl the final over. And he comes and bowls and clears the close infielders. Come back for a couple, taking James onto 3, and the total to 167 for 3. $174 behind. And Briggs is in and squirts away past slip. Take a single. 168 for 3. $173 behind. Clark keeping Danny Briggs waiting, but he's ready now. And he goes and bowls and drops the bat on that. Plays it back down the pitch, and Briggs does the fielding. Briggs is there, and that's going to go all the way for 4. Dive in vain by Craig Miles. And this is Rob Gurney at Edgbaston, where we're in the final over of the day's play. Nottinghamshire 172 for 3. That's 169 behind as Danny Briggs bowls to Joe Clark, who prods this back down the pitch. One delivery to come. Liam Norwell taking all 3 Nottinghamshire wickets to 4. Hasim Hamid for 39, Ben Duckett 4, and Ben Slater 77. And the day's play is going to end with a single from Joe Clark, 173 for 3. Then Nottinghamshire at the end of the day's play. That is 168 behind after Warwickshire were bowled out for 341 earlier. Very full and intriguing day's play, day 2. And that is the situation with Nottinghamshire 173 for 3 in reply to Warwickshire's 341 all out. Thanks for watching and listening wherever you have been up and down the country or indeed around the world. From Dave Bracegirdle and myself, Rob Gurney, have a very good Friday evening, and Dave and Mike Taylor will be here, pick things up at 11 o'clock in the morning.